areas giving keynote talks. We have a set of experts uh, participating in panel discussions, and we have also a student poster session. Okay, so along with opportunities for networking and dialogue. So you will see that the talks that we have, they cover various aspects of AI, specifically AI for science, engineering, manufacturing, that area. If you look at the panel discussion we have, we have two panel discussions. One panel discussion talks about a use of AI for solving local problems, so AI for all. Okay, and other panel talks about measuring public investments in AI, issues related around that. So I'm sure all of you will enjoy the sessions. You'll find them engaging. So keep it participative, interact with.
In agriculture to climate science and materials engineering, AI is drastically reducing the timeline from hypothesis to breakthrough. At the same time, we are at a crossroads today. Our collective choice on AI governance, collaboration, and resource pooling will determine whether AI becomes a powerful force to promote global progress and equality, or a tool to further perpetuate inequalities, leaving large parts of humanity behind. What makes AI so special for science is and resource ability will determine whether AI that human eyes a powerful force to promote whether it is predicting the structure of proteins or a tool to further perpetuate or analyzing satellite data large part climate change behind. AI is helping what makes AI so special for science is its ability to find patterns that human eye might miss. Our goal is to ensure that these advanced tools are used to find new cures to solve or analyze the most satellite data problems of climate change. How as we embrace this AI for science revolution, we must turning big data critical challenge into big discoveries. The research capacity. Our goal is to ensure that these advanced meaningful participation in AI-driven science to solve should not be a most pressing problem reserved for a few. It must how as we embrace this AI for our vision for this working group is clear. We must harness the challenge to strengthen global research capacity divide and help each other to meaningful participation in AI-driven science innovation should not be a privilege. Since our inaugural meeting, we have seen overwhelming engagement from countries and international. Our vision for this working group is clear. Various written inputs have been to strengthen global research ecosystem, shaping our ideas and help each other to participate from this working group in scientific. The broad idea behind its structure. Since our inaugural meeting, we have seen overwhelming engagement from countries and pool resources and bridge the capacity gaps. As we continue our discussions, our focus remains on aligning our perspectives to support a shared vision for the future. I am sure during the meeting of the working group later today, we will continue the momentum and engage in insightful discussions on how we can foster an inclusive environment for scientific progress. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Richa Bagla, Principal Secretary Finance, Accounts and Treasuries, Government of Maharashtra, to address the gathering.
A very good morning, Honorable Chief Secretary Sir, Government of Maharashtra, Honorable Professor Karandikar, Secretary DST, Government of India, Professor Shirish Kedare, Director IIT Bombay, Shri Amit Shukla, JS MEA, Director IT, Government of India, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished faculty members, domain experts, researchers, industry leaders, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be a part of AI for Science Conclave, a significant pre-event to the India AI Impact Summit 2026. I compliment IIT Bombay and the organizing team for creating this important platform where science, technology, governance, and policy converge. I would like to now share my views on role of AI in governance and public finance. In government, especially in the domain of public finance, we are custodians of public money, public trust, and public outcomes. Digital platforms today are no longer just systems of record, they are systems of intelligence. Our Integrated Financial Management System, or IFMS as we call it in short, is one such mission critical platform. It processes salaries, pensions, receipts, payments, budget execution, and accounting for the state. IFMS handles large scale, real time, sensitive financial data, making it an ideal candidate for responsible and targeted use of AI. There are various opportunities which I would like to throw in front of the participants, which can be used in the IFMS ecosystem. For instance, each government needs to ensure timely cash flows for its various functions, for its various schemes. So one area where AI can definitely help is predictive analytics for cash flow, revenue trends, and expenditure patterns. It can help with early warning systems for abnormal transactions, fraud detection, and risk profiling. AI can greatly improve and expedite automated compliance and audit readiness, thus reducing manual intervention. And not just this, decision support systems for budget formulation and outcome based monitoring, but also intelligent grievous and exception handling for faster service delivery are some of the key areas in which AI can be a strong backbone for IFMS, and that is being explored by government of Maharashtra at this very moment. These are not futuristic concepts. With the right data governance, security frameworks, and institutional capacity, AI can meaningfully engage with augmented decision making in IFMS without compromising the accountability. I would now like to share my thoughts on AI for science and evidence based policy. AI for science is equally relevant to government. Scientific methods powered by AI help us move towards evidence based policy making, whether it is forecasting fiscal stress, evaluating scheme outcomes, or assessing long term sustainability. AI enables us to shift from reactive governance to anticipatory governance, which is very important in today's time and age. However, I would like to emphasize that in government systems, AI must remain assistive, transparent, and auditable. Human oversight, explainability, and ethical use are non negotiable, especially in financial systems that impact millions of citizens. Collaboration with institutions from point of view of government is very, very important and critical, like IIT, CDAC, NIC, MAITI, and so on. We can create policy relevant research with real world impact, which is especially important for a dynamic state like Maharashtra. We look forward to stronger collaboration between government and technology institutions to co-create solutions that are scalable, secure, and citizen-centric. I am confident that deliberations in this conclave contribute significantly to shaping India's AI journey, not only in science and research, but also in governance, public finance, and service delivery. I once again thank IIT Bombay for the invitation and for hosting this timely and very impactful conclave. I wish the conference great success and look forward to meaningful deliberations that translate into action. I wish you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now requesting Professor Shirish Kedare, Director IIT Bombay, for his address.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here with Professor Karandikar, who is, of course, our professor in essence. That's what I'll say. Then, of course, Rajesh Agarwal ji, the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, Richa Bagla ji, Amit ji, who is also an alumni of IIT Kanpur, and his brother is from IIT Bombay. So, and Mani Bhushan, my colleague who is managing all these things, our colleague from MAITI, and I see many support system from DST and MAITI, officers from different departments, experts and researchers. I can see many of our alumni who are expert in this domain and other experts, professors, students, and all our IIT Bombay researchers. It's very pleasure to be here, and it's a very critical topic, AI for AI impact. So it said that the short-term impact of AI is mostly overestimated, and the long-term impact of AI is mostly underestimated. So we are expecting too much, but we are not really ready for a long-term thing, how it can change the ways it happens. And that's one thing the AI impact can be described as. And therefore, I will say that we need to use AI, but also address the other part, handle with care, is one of the major thought that comes in my mind. And then AI has a lot of uh, advantages in research. Of course, identifying the questions, contextualizing, encompassing lot of knowledge available in some nooks and corners of the knowledge domain, and integrating, analyzing. So a lot of problems, but still, how do we keep the role of researchers relevant? So researchers doing all these things will suddenly feel that, oh, I am irrelevant. And we now have to get over with it. And in research, the domain specific knowledge in AI, we are many times concentrating on the tools and ways it is used. But each domain has a lot of AI use, and very many, for example, bridge design in civil has to be backed up by a lot of data, understanding of physics, data also, validation, verification. Each domain poses all these challenges. So how do we handle it? How do we structurally handle it as an education institute, as an industry, as a government? How do we restructure the whole thing? These are the many issues as far as AI in research, knowledge generation, science, technology is concerned. On the other hand, in education, it's of course is very good because it can incapacitate the teacher. Yeah, it can increase the gap between teacher and student, because everybody will feel that, oh, I have no role now. But on the other hand, it can also be used as well as, so if we by other means reduce the gap between teacher and student, then it will be highly beneficial. So how do you do it? It's really a challenge to use AI with care so that we can surmount the limitations. Another major feature is every 1 month the things are going to change. What we feel today are limitations are no more there. So think of the advantages and they are there, something like that. So these are the issues as far as research is concerned. But all said and done, the mass approach that AI provides is very important. Integrating the data, especially the languages. We have 22 basic languages, 780 dialects of it, and we are working at IIT Bombay on LLM, sponsored by DST first, and now Bharat Jain, supported by Maiti. We are very grateful for them. This is a pioneering work. Actually, I should mention Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, who started this work on languages, and he's unfortunately passed away recently. But his pioneering work in Bhashini and language models, which is taken ahead by our other professors, including Ganesh and others. So this is very important, and we are working on Bharat Jain, our own platform, to reduce the susceptibility on other countries and have our own sovereignty protected. So this is very important, especially with AI. Now we can take governance to everybody. We can take economic activities, financial activities to everybody in his own language or her own language is very important. So it's an integrating force. It's a force which will take all everybody along without losing identity. This is extremely important, and these are the positive points of AI which need to encourage, harness through maybe the entrepreneurship challenges, various applications, but a lot of basic work needs to be done in this domain. Will it address the issues of sustainability? Yes, that's one of the thing, because it also has an energy footprint, and how we can do this. Otherwise, these two challenges, AI, sustainability, and The third one is healthcare. Will they help each other to go ahead, or will they cross each other? Only future will tell. I think AI impact, again I will come back to think the long term impacts of AI are much underestimated, and we need to handle AI. It will be very impactful, no doubt about it. How, future will tell. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have a special address by Shri Rajesh Agrawal, Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Please, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Coming to any IIT is like homecoming to me. I did my computer science from IIT Delhi in 83 to 87. And in 87, my BTech thesis was on AI. And three of us wrote a small program. You could type in anything in normal English and it would answer in normal English. So, like nano GPT kind of stuff. And it was based on Bayesian logic and all that. And I feel that we're quite right in our tracks on that. And so, due to that, I have been following on AI since that time. And when AlexNet came and other things came, and so from that time, I have really seen the evolution of AI, and I have tried to keep myself up to date on this, and try to use that in wherever I was. And I was mostly in Government of India for last 11 years. So usually I think on my feet. I don't have a prepared speech. So today, since I'm in IIT Mumbai and the topic is on AI, so let me talk about the dance of hydrocarbons and silicon. So long back our ancestors, and I'm a fan of Yuval Harari, so sometimes I start on that. So basically we evolved over billions of years from single cell, basically organic chemistry, CHO, so various combos, basic biochemistry. And then somehow a few million years ago, we stood on our 2 feet. So that's very important. We grew large brains. There is a debate whether language came first or neuron connections came first in the brain. Probably they evolved, they turbocharged each other, the language and the evolution of our brain size. And then very interestingly, we have opposable thumbs. Opposable thumbs. Very difficult for robots to do even today. And we have 26 degrees of freedom in our thumbs and fingers. So that's where now robots are also evolving. And we had human empathy, which is quite different from other animals. You can't put 500 chimpanzees in this room and they will not sit so silently. So we collaborate with each other. We have empathize with each other. We can role play how the other person thinks and feels. And we have gut feelings. So standing on feet, opposable thumbs, large brains, empathy, gut feelings. So if AI and robots evolve then either we have competition or we have extremely good collaboration with that new life form. So let us see where the things go. And science is basically PCM, physics, chemistry, maths. So AI has started cracking maths now. It has gone beyond just token prediction. So math, new conjectures, new theorems. So probably new mathematical discoveries. That is going to be a very interesting part. Same thing on physics. So a lot of discovery of new physics. Again, playing at nano or atomic levels. So we will see good pharma, good new materials, which will help us go to space much faster, much better. Design of new engines of cars, vehicles, so on. So life is going to change quite dramatically. So that way, this Summit AI Impact Summit in India, it's very important for us, for our sovereignty. Very interestingly, we saw Americans just going to another country and picking up their president very silently, very recently. And obviously, people have different conjectures. No one knows outside really what happened. But probably they had full grip over their power grid many months back, and so on into many of their systems. So unless we are good at AI and we are good at manufacturing and the whole supply chain of the entire thing, our sovereignty will also be at stake in future. So that's why our own LLMs, our own systems, and I'm very happy that IIT Mumbai is going to be at the forefront of it, and after Sarva and Bhashini, so actually maximum chunk of funding has come to IIT Mumbai now. And I've been telling my batchmate Krishnan there in MIT and also Abhishek Singh that please ask IIT Mumbai team to do at least 10 parallel pilot projects while designing the LLM, so that it becomes, and Maharashtra is willing to be your basically guinea pig for at least 5 of these pilot projects from IIT Mumbai. So that will be win-win for both of us, and IIT Mumbai being in Maharashtra, so I think we should be able to do some good work on that. We might not have sovereign LLMs at the moment, or really working very well kind of LLMs, but at least we have a huge supply of professionals, including students and professors from IIT Mumbai, who are really doing good work and getting into global solutions also. So we are good users of AI at the moment. At retail level also, whether it's Google or Meta or anyone else, we are a very good market for them. I was talking to Microsoft guys also, so Microsoft Azure APIs, etc. Our business is really latching on to those also. So we should have our own algorithms, we should have our own people, and next is data should remain in country. Data and the questions asked should remain in the country. So I'm very happy that India is now improving on data centers, and at the moment 60% of India's data center compute is in Maharashtra, Mumbai, Pune, other parts of Maharashtra. Yesterday I was having a good chat with AWS teams also, and they're also really expanding in Maharashtra, and we are working very collaboratively with all the industry. So anyone from this industry sitting in this audience, whatever is your wish list, the bureaucracy headed by me and the Chief Minister and the entire political leadership would love to work with you and ensure that Maharashtra is a good destination for you guys. So you have obviously a choice of states within India, but we believe that Maharashtra is a progressive professional state, and with all kind of skill sets, and will be willing to work with anyone on this. And so let's work together on this and ensure that we remain sovereign. AI is going to be a very different beast from other inventions till now, and if we lag behind, probably we will be slaves again in a different way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. To conclude the opening ceremony, I invite Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, for the keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shri Rajesh Agrawal, Chief Secretary of Government of Maharashtra, Professor Shirish Kedare, Director of IIT Bombay, all the distinguished guests who are attending this event as a part of the AI working group in science. Also, my colleagues from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Department of Science and Technology, and also Ministry of External Affairs. First of all, let me begin by congratulating and thanking IIT Bombay for hosting this event as a part of, was mentioned by the Director of MIT that this is being held as a part of the working groups that have been created towards the AI Impact Summit, which India is hosting in the month of February. last year, this summit was held in France, where India was a co-chair, and that summit was called the the AI Action Summit. So we have moved from the AI Action Summit to the AI Impact Summit, and as was quite in detail mentioned in the presentation, that this summit is extremely important from the point of view of deliberating how AI can create an impact on our planet. So I think on our people. So I think this part is really the main focus of this summit. As a part of the AI working group in science, we will have the working group meeting in the evening. But as was mentioned by the Chief Secretary, that technological sovereignty is becoming extremely important, and in that context, therefore, the AI in science is even more sort of important. As you know that scientific discoveries have often followed the path of theory, hypothesis, experimentation, observation, analysis, inferencing, and then coming to leading to some scientific principles being evolved, and finally the new discoveries that have happened. Now the use of AI in science is actually disrupting that normal course of a scientific discovery, which will start from the hypothesis or theory or experimentation or observations and analysis. Particularly now, it is quite possible that using the AI, you can discover new materials with the properties that you desire, or you gain more insights into the life sciences, or you discover new insights even without doing any new experimentations even in the astronomy, because we have already collected large amount of data from several telescopes which have not been actually analyzed humanly using the traditional computing platforms and the traditional programming paradigms. It is quite possible that you may discover new things in our planet. Also, it is possible to lead an insight in the climate modeling, because the climate modeling also has been following a very traditional path of the modeling based on the data that is collected. So AI is really going to make this disruption, and if scientific discoveries get disrupted by AI, it will have a far more effect and impact than what is currently being thought, that AI is being used for just driving certain applications, use cases, or just mere technology development based on established scientific principles, because there is a possibility of disrupting even the scientific principles. So in that context, therefore, this AI in science working group is extremely important. We, as a part of this working group, we are hoping that we create a network of AI researchers in science across the globe who will come together, will share their thoughts, will share their data sets, and see how we can create scientific discoveries crossing the borders. And I think that is really the most important aspect of this. We will be deliberating this in the working group meeting which will be held today evening. From the Government of India perspective, as you know that we are giving a significant importance to the artificial intelligence in general. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is driving a large mission mode program on India AI mission. that is actually enabling the platform of a compute infrastructures which can be used by researchers, startups, and MSMEs, and it is therefore left to the researchers and startups to make use and leverage these infrastructures for making the impactful inventions and the technology development. As was mentioned by the director of IIT Bombay, Professor Shirish Kedare, a very important initiative of developing a foundational large language model was initiated in IIT Bombay. We are very happy to get associated with this initiative through our national mission on interdisciplinary cyber physical under the Department of Science and Technology, which has seeded this initiative of developing the large language model Bharat Gen, which has now being supported in a significant manner by the India AI mission, which will become a sovereign AI model for the country. And we believe that once the sovereign AI model is developed, one can actually do the distillation of this large language model and create smaller language models for different applications and use cases. So in that context, actually developing a large language models even for a few billion parameters may be important, because the distillation from this for the smaller language models can become extremely important. The other important initiative that we have taken in Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, we recently launched a mission on AI in science and engineering. This is being done in coordination and collaboration with our sister ministries, Department of Biotechnologies, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Indian Council of Medical Research, covering the area of climate modeling, covering the areas of material science, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, etc. That call is actually now on from the ANRF. And in order for us to take the technology basic research from TRL 4 level onwards, recently the Government of India launched a very historic and transformative initiative of setting up a 1 trillion Indian rupees, about 1 lakh crore research development and innovation fund. Now in the research development and innovation fund, we have identified 6 sunrise sectors, which includes energy, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, deep tech like quantum, robotics, space, defense tech, and artificial intelligence is one of the sunrise sectors among the 6 sectors. And therefore, if you have a lab scale prototype and if you want to scale it, whether it is in the area of AI infrastructure or whether it is in the area of developing a large scale application models, it will be possible to leverage this fund and develop a scalable infrastructure and technology for attaining the strategic autonomy and technological sovereignty, which Mr. Rajesh Agrawal was talking. So I hope in today's deliberation we will be able to discuss on how we can collaborate globally for disrupting the very basic of science and the paradigms of scientific discovery which will happen in future. And I hope that this network of AI which was talked about and which will be elaborated further as a part of this summit will bring together the researchers across the world for science for humanity, and from there, as a country, we can then develop technologies which are essential for solving not only some of our societal challenges, but also the global challenges. So thank you once again for inviting me to be a part of this. I would also like to take once again this opportunity to thank IIT Bombay, which is hosting this meeting in collaborations with the government of Maharashtra. And as was mentioned by the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, I'm sure the IIT Bombay can work with the government of Maharashtra to provide the support for use of AI in different sectors. The India AI mission, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and the central government in general will be happy to support any such initiatives which are meant for the welfare of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I please request Professor Mani Bhushan to come forward and present the memento to Professor Abhay Karandikar. Sir, I would also request you to present the memento to Sri Rajesh Agrawal.
Requesting Professor D. Manjunath to come to the stage and present the memento. So Professor Manjunath will be presenting a memento to Professor Shirish Kedare. Round of applause, please. Also, Professor Manjunath to kindly remain on the stage and present the memento to Dr. Richa Bagla.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Raghavan B. Sunoj to please come forward. I request Professor Sunoj to please present the memento to Sri Amit Shukla. I request Professor Sunoj to please present the memento to Sri Mohammad Safirullah ji.
Thank you, sir. So everyone, this is the end of the opening ceremony. We will break for tea and poster showcase. Posters are displayed on the designated exhibition area on the 10th floor. Kindly note the next session will begin shortly at 11:25 sharp. So the poster session and tea are both on the 10th floor.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Amit Sheth from the University of South Carolina. Professor Amit Sheth is an educator, researcher, and entrepreneur. He is the NCR Chair and Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of South Carolina. He currently leads the ambitious effort to establish the Indian AI Research Organization. Today, Professor Sheth will speak on neurosymbolic approaches to robust and trustworthy AI with applications in health, pharma, and manufacturing. May I please request Professor Sheth to take the stage.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be among all of you. Well, okay. So I have dual affiliation right now. At least I'm in transition. For last 6 years, I established a university-wide AI research institute called AI Institute of AI Institute of South Carolina, and now I'm in transition in a way, and you all invited to look up IAIRO.ai, IAIRO.ai, and the name comes from take ISRO and replace S for space by AI, right? So it's very easy to remember. It's very ambitious effort, and I'll briefly introduce that to you, but let me give you this very quick background. So at IRO we do, sorry, not IRO, at AI Institute we do research in a number of core AI areas, but at the same time we also do extensive translational research. So you can see a whole bunch of areas of application or industry that we do work in, and the work we do is very so they are significant. Typically almost every project we have involve real partnership with the organizations that have the problem to be solved with AI, and we have access to their data, their expertise, their ability to participate in the evaluation, and our ability to deploy the results. So in that way we have been able to have exceptional impact. One of the most important thing we have done there is to train world-class researchers and students and innovators. Just to give you a simple example about what I graduated 38 PhDs so far, 9 are on the way, and about 1/3 of recent PhDs had 1,000 citations or more before they graduate, and the average citations for these students that I have graduated is significantly more than 500. So making impactful work is been part of our DNA. And in short time, this is journey how we grew. This is a 3-year snapshot, 4-year snapshot, and so been able to scale organizations. Now I come to an event that occurred 2 years and 1 month, 1 week ago. So this was the day where I met PM Modi ji. I was invited to discuss one-on-one what is a unique proposition for AI in India, or what work we can do in AI where it stands out, where India can stand out in the world, and in the work, an application of that work to major areas. Now and then this is the first slide of the keynote I gave the same day at the 3rd Chief Secretary's Conference. With that, now I get into the into what I discussed then and what we are doing now. So this is just to show on the left hand side big challenges that generative AI LLMs still face. I asked it to describe 5 layers of AI that Jensen has talked about, Jensen Huang, and there are number of errors that were on that. right? So all the things that we talk about with LLMs face significant problems even today, and this was done only a couple of weeks ago. These are the 5 layers that Jensen Huang presented, the CEO of NVIDIA: energy, chips, manufacturing, infrastructures, models, and applications. If you think about China has substantial advantage in energy. US is a little ahead or somewhat ahead in chips. US has the best infrastructure like GPUs and data centers on which they are hosted, followed by China. I'm going to talk a little bit about models and applications and where India can make big progress and also lead something at the world level. So if you look at AI today, you'll notice that in what you might call consumer market, US is by far the leader. An example of what makes US leader is ChatGPT and whole bunch of models along that line. OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, many other companies have leadership in this area. But China has already become a leader in enterprise market. So the models of the kind DeepSeek and the innovations that they have done, where they are typically open source or free models with open weights, and you can download that model on your enterprise. So for example, Airbnb is using Chinese models because they can host for themselves and manage it, and that has benefit of privacy and other issues, right, rather than uploading, and cost issues, cost advantage. So that's where, and China has the lead in the world. Jensen Huang noted that 9 out of top 10 institutions in the world in AI are in China, and I have reasons. I mean, this is all solid information, I would say. One of the, I think probably arguably the most important technology in AI has been the LLM. No doubt it is very useful, no doubt it is very influential, but it is jack of all and that no master of none, and that observation gives an idea as to where India can be a leader. And I'm going to, there is one other very interesting thing that Gartner noted, that in 2 years, the majority of the AI task will be focused, majority of AI will be focused on solving the task, creating the task, and for specific reasons. Wherein now, the idea that you get is that if you solve very specific enterprise kind of problem and create the IP, India has a chance of making global products. It is too late. Now, certainly there is certain role for India to work on LLM, just like IIT Bombay is working on BharatGen, or AI for Bharat or Sarvam. They are solving a very, I guess, concrete problems that deal with, let's say, languages. India has a lot of languages and we need to support that. So in that, nobody else is going to do that, and hence we need to do that, and hence these efforts are needed. And so this is that's fine, and I'm glad that the government has provided the resources. But for the industry at large, they are not going to be necessarily making money, right? They are not going to be large commercial outcome that there will be valuable economy. So here is my observation. General purpose AI built for consumer market has limited value for enterprises. There is a need for a different AI, and that especially for high value and mission critical applications. And if India can take the lead there, we can participate in a major economic progress for us. and we can even lead in India. So for that, I have been arguing for a different kind of AI, and there we have 4 elements. Compact, these models need to be cheaper to make, small, and they should be you should be able to run them at various places on the cloud, on the edge devices, on the mobile phone. That this should be custom, meaning rather than solving a broad set of problems as let's say LLMs would do typically, they should solve very specific problem, let's say in finance, in healthcare, in pharma, in earth sciences. And when you do those custom models, you need specific data and knowledge to train them, to create them. India can have data because we have industry, we have people working in that. So we'll have our unique data, not the data that is on the crawl from the web, not the common crawl, right? But data that is specific to that industry or use case, and knowledge. People are working here. If they are building, you have healthcare data for Indian patient population, and you have knowledge because our protocols may be different than the protocols in the West. So you have that knowledge also. Then you need neurosymbolic, and that's the thing I'm going to talk about. So let's see that in detail later on. And then composite, because when we create agentic AI systems, one of the agents may call a tool, another may call a large language model, third may call a small compact neurosymbolic model, right? So with that in mind, we have developed 15 elements that are necessary, or at least some of them are necessary in solving some of the real world problems. So for example, you need safety, right? You need user level explainability. Suppose a doctor is going to use a chatbot, and if your system cannot explain how you came to that particular outcome, and the system cannot guarantee that you followed the specific medical guideline for diagnosis, for treatment, there is no reason why the doctor should use that kind of system. And your typical generative AI system cannot do that, right? Similarly, you look at several applications. The type of reasoning necessary for them can be far more richer than the kind of so-called reasoning models. The reasoning models are supporting a very specialized kind of weak reasoning model, a pattern-based reasoning, right? So what you need is quite different than the typical black box generative AI technology would support, right? That way you need grounding, you need alignment. Alignment would be that anything you want to do on a large scale in a society, you have rules, you have regulations, you have policies, you have guidelines, you have laws, right? Human societies work well by having all of those, right? We can't be, in our interaction with others or with the nature, we should not be, we should be bounded by certain things, right? Current generative AI technology cannot be made to, work within those bounds of those policies, guidelines, protocols, right? So you need that kind of thing. So there are 14 of those here. These are some of my this year's dissertations that came out, and they address many of these things, as you can see, right, in the red. That is, I think very powerful and very practical and very important. And again, what I want to convey with you is that we ought to be working on technology that is practically very, very important. We can clearly see the market for them, and that we can own, we can get the world leadership in those areas. So, now briefly give you a sense of neurosymbolic AI. Just ask yourself, what goes into understanding me? You're listening to me right now, right? What goes into that? You have lexical knowledge, you know where the comma is, where I'm stopping, and the grammar, and you know how to parse. You have linguistic knowledge, what is same as, what is a synonym. You have common sense knowledge. You have specific knowledge of the real world, that this city is the capital of this state, and you have very specific domain knowledge. You may all be specializing in different domains, different areas. You may be working in material science, you may be working in physical, in physics or astronomy. You have that knowledge. Because of all of these together, you and I can communicate very effectively. Ask yourself, which AI technology does that? They don't. The large language models have diffuse domain knowledge. They come across a lot of medical papers, but that is not concrete enough to explicitly state the particular medical protocol or guideline that must be followed in a particular situation. It does not have the knowledge of what drugs or pharma products that a patient is consuming, and that you should not be given anything with the side effect. It does not have that. It's not that personalized for you, right? So this is the essence of neurosymbolic, in the sense that there is certainly a lot of power of data, and neural network technology has tapped into that very, very well. Large data, getting the patterns out of it. So you're taking massive amount of data, you are creating vectors out of that, embeddings, you're creating this parametric space, and you're hitting your query, convert it into vector on that parameter space, and you are, now this is all probabilistic knowledge. They are not precise, they are not, so they cannot give, this is why the hallucination happens, right? The knowledge is the one that bounds it, makes it, to something that society, medical rules, everything has to follow, right? So there is also another very influential work, Daniel Kahneman, who got Nobel Prize in economics. He talked about thinking fast and thinking slow, and I had independently talked about semantic, cognitive, perceptual computing. So thinking fast is perceptual in my view, thinking slow is cognitive in approach. So system 1 and system 2, our brain can do both of them very well, and these two aspects interleave and work together in very mysterious way. A good system, brain inspired system of future, will need to support both of them very, very well, and that is what neurosymbolic is about. This is neurocentric and that is symbolic centric, right? So the idea is neurosymbolic. You want to connect. On the left hand side you see neural implicit parametric representation. On the right hand side you see symbolic explicit knowledge representation, and the idea is to bring them together. So on the left hand side you see neural network and deep learning. On the right hand side you see knowledge graph, label nodes and edges. So all these things, like I will be able to represent the policy, guideline, governance, all of those in the symbolic form, and I need to figure out a way that one influences the other. For example, I need to figure out a way to, for the symbolic part, to constrain the behavior of neural part, so that you are following those rules and guidelines and so on and so forth, that not totally unconstrained. So the next part I'm going to go through very fast. How do you connect these two technologies and two different approaches, right? So at a very high level, a generic architecture would be that you have data of all different kinds. You have what we call feature abstraction layer, and a neural reasoning layer, and then you have knowledge processing here. So that you see the neural part on the top and the symbolic part here together, and then you have to come a way to combine them. Before the transformer, the historic 2017 work, we had already been working on this area, and here very simplistically put, this is a paper that with the example of mental health. What you see here is that we create here, this is simplistic approach. I have defined this neurosymbolic into shallow, semi-deep and deep infusion. The knowledge is infused into the neural network technology in different ways. This is a shallow infusion example where the symbolic part is converted into again the matrix or vector space, and then the two are combined. Right? Now, this is not the best possible way, but this is the easiest possible way. It's not the best possible way. That is that the same problem I said about taking data and convert that into parametric space or embeddings is a lossy one. Here, taking a knowledge and converting that into neural representation is a lossy one, but it does improve upon the results. Post transformer, there have been several ways that people have tried to improve the neural processing by using knowledge, and at a very high level the idea is to improve the attention. So suppose you have two phrases, World War I and World War II, numerals 1 and 2. Textually they are very similar. Only difference is one character, 1 and 2, but meaning wise they are far apart, right? When you use purely data driven technique, you have difficulty in understanding that these two are very different, semantically very different. With the use of symbolic representation and semantics, you are able to bias the system such that it understands the distinction between these two separate events, and that is how you can build that. So, I won't go into a lot of details. If this was AI class, I would. And then it shows this is one of the technologies and algorithms we had developed, and on the right bottom you will see that we were able to make that distinction very well, again through a neurosymbolic approach. And this thing on the top basically shows how the knowledge part was able to modify the attention in the neural network algorithm. Now, in this particular case, the idea here is that we would so there is another approach. The first set of approach I discussed is to take symbolic part and improve upon the neural part, right? The other approach is that take the neural part and do lifting. Lifting meaning taking out from the neural part, which is messy, massive parametric space, into some graphical representation. Now you have teased out the representation that is comparable and easily connectable to the knowledge representation. So reverse, right? Rather than getting the knowledge into neural, lift out knowledge from neural and connect with the knowledge part. So that is the another sort of general idea that we do. And in one of our papers we discussed see lowering part on the left hand side, lifting part, symbolic to neural, neural to symbolic, right? And there have been multiple, there are two, along with that there are generally two broad strategies about knowledge. One is logical representation and the other is representation knowledge graph. My team has been a long time proponent and leader of the one that uses knowledge, and there are others who have used logic. My simple view for this audience is that the one that uses logic doesn't scale, and that there are very few people who have expertise in modeling large amount of knowledge in logical terms, right? In think about Prolog, think about other rule representation languages. But we have scalable practical approaches to create very large knowledge graph. For example, we work with pharma industry, and I think have created world's largest pharma knowledge graph with millions of entities and tens of millions of facts, right? So, and this was created by a tool that we have developed for creating knowledge graph and managing knowledge graphs, and we could take unstructured, semi-structured and structured sources from which we will extract out graphical information that and connect all together and basically create a knowledge graph. And so symbolic lifting versus lowering, knowledge graph versus logic, and that is how the variety of approaches can be developed and have been developed. In this one slide, I show that there have been number of studies that have shown that generative AI solutions have done poorly, and that with symbolic approach the results have significantly improved. And you can see medical diagnosis, insurance context, anomaly detection on manufacturing, autonomous agents driving, all of these contexts, these things have been developed. Here I want to make a very interesting observation. In 2017, I was invited to give a keynote in Chengdu, China, and there were 600 people in audience, and I was introduced by a guy who was working for Google Knowledge Graph. You might remember that in 2012 and 13, Google came up with Knowledge Graph, and they changed their machine learning based search algorithm to semantic search, right? Now a moment of big pride for me is that I had done that work in year 2000 and had filed a patent award in 2001, and I had paying customer for my second company that did just that. But I don't run Google right now. One of the biggest problem was that in that year NASDAQ crashed, went down. So for 4 years in a row, VCs they had decided that you cannot make money in search by advertisement. So they did not fund me and my company. And in 2004, Google went public with the business model of advertisement, the same that I was trying to use 4 years earlier, but I think we were at the wrong time, right? So anyway, but it showed the power of knowledge graph. Coming back to the story, in Chengdu, 600 people were there. They understood the power of knowledge graph, which America did not, which US did not. US always wanted to do massive brute force, high, massive amount of data, massive amount of computation, and create, billion parameter, trillion parameter, and spending $1 billion to train model. That is what they did. There was some success, and have been some success, but you'll see that practically all AI companies are actually making loss, right? OpenAI making massive loss, and it does not have business model to succeed. We will not go into the business part. Happy to discuss later on. Now we have built multiple applications. I guess I don't have the way to start these videos right now here, so I won't. But all these slides are on. If you go to LinkedIn, I have posted this slide, and you can play all of this video. So I'll just read the title: Allure multimodal guided environment for helping children learn to solve Rubik's Cube, Elevate mental health chatbot, and generative AI and external knowledge based retrieval for library science and deep research in library. Now I'm going to give you some snapshot of the kind of things that neurosymbolic approaches do that generative AI cannot. So in this virtual health thing, you see there a text, you see here the knowledge graph, and you see there a definition of what is the definition of OCD, right? Now imagine trying to classify that text into to decide whether it is OCD or not. You cannot, you can do to using neural network or deep learning, you can do to some level, and it may be useful in some case, or not useful in enough case because the quality would not be that high, but it cannot explain that the system, AI system, has followed all the aspects of that definition to come up with the decision or to explain the decision. Here, by use of knowledge, you are going to do that, right? I can see whether all aspects, that obsessive is obsessive, intrusive thoughts, ideas or sensations that matter. All these aspects can be validated here through the use of knowledge. And so there is a video that shows this is just a chatbot going on, and the graph is built continuously, and doctor can see whether it has done the right reasoning to come to the conclusion. This is a personalized version. I'll bypass. Here's another very important example. This is a conversion that is happening in a mental health chatbot using the state-of-the-art technology when this slide was made, and the chatbot asks the question: for a MDD case, major depressive disorder, one should not be asking the patient that question in red. That is a thing which is a characteristic of suicide or suicidal behavior. That will hurt the patient. So, and it is very hard for generative AI to not do that. And hence, here the neurosymbolic approach, you can see that sentence being rephrased in such a way that in that particular condition, medical condition of the patient, you could not ask that question and make it a safe chatbot. You even until last year, in 2015, there are multiple major stories where due to the chart, character AI is one example, OpenAI is one other example, where teens have committed suicide by using because of their interaction with their large language model. So they have not come up with a solution for that, and the same thing is happening with Grok or nudity aspect of it. So this is a very important thing. This shows in one of our applications, which is in nutrition, the variety of reasonings that you need. Does anybody know how many of these generative AI based LLM can do? Very limited part of this, right? So the generative AI or LLMs are highly inadequate to solve this kind of problem that require use of symbolic representation. And now I probably won't be able to go into this detail, but the architecture, meaning building scalable system, your LLMs, your agents, your hybrid architecture, and we have C3N. C3N is compact, custom, compact, neurosymbolic, agentic AI system, composite AI system, which is what we have built and are building. So you see, earlier I showed that those 5 categories, levels that Jensen talked about. The way we want to be a leader in India is that IRO is building a platform that goes on the top of infrastructure. So India AI has infrastructure, right? All these GPU 13,000. We are building a platform that just goes over that can scalably, frugally train the C3N models, many. So above infrastructure is a model. I am not interested in this trillion parameter model that costs $1 billion. I am interested in models for financial services, models for know your customer, models for mental health, models for diabetes, models for manufacturing automation. They just do that very well at much lower cost with high IP, so that Indian startups and Indian corporates can build high value global products. The number of people, influential people, IRO's board includes Sarar Sharma, iSpirit, first CEO of Yahoo, and Ajay Chaudhary, who has written about Aspire, and both have talked about India not, should be a product nation. That is not. We have been great in IT services. That's not going to, that's skill oriented. We need deep talent that is necessary to create products. And so that's what IRO is working on, is started to work on. So we have built some example applications again, and these are, again, I very much invite you to look at the videos as an example. And there is a healthcare for behavioral health, nutrition, and smart pilot for highly automated factory like Mahindra's highly automated EV factory as an example, or a semiconductor foundry in Gujarat that is coming up. That's where those kind of technology will be useful. Okay, I'll bypass some of these other thing, and then I have details thing on smart manufacturing. So thing to understand is, look at this slide. It is pretty significant. What do you see here? Alignment, grounding, reliability, consistency, planning, abstraction, interpretability, explainability, attribution, causality, instructability, reasoning, safety. We have in this one application, we have detailed specific example for the need for each of these, right? And I hopefully also try to say that, convince you that current generative AI technology and consumer grade models, or even Chinese enterprise, they are going to enterprise market. They are still not perfected enterprise model that I am talking about here, right? So we want to create those enterprise model. We are creating those enterprise model. We have prototypes of this already, but we will be perfecting that more, and as early win for IRO. And so this is a actual factory is set up, and there are sensors, there are cameras and all that. In real time, all that data is collected. A module is on edge device sitting on the factory floor, telling you about, is predicting a failure. It is giving you root cause analysis, causality. It is providing forecast. Not shown here is it is doing replanning when there is a failure. Excuse me. And there's a bit of technical stuff here on variety of problems being solved in replanning here. RL, reinforcement learning based work, and this is similarly Nourish has all these again things. You can see different color. Thank you very much. And so Nourish does many interesting things, but you see it uses all these specific knowledge. That is what makes Nourish far better than what you can get from a generative AI solution. It can give you cooking method, changing cooking method, like instead of frying, do the baking or whatever. Of course, understands multimodal, but for that particular patient who has diabetes, it can help you make right choices on a continuous basis, right? So here, again, there is a recommendation is giving knowledge graph, explainable and traceable results. So he says pork and grill, it creates carcinogens, avoid. And so many other things. And it also shows the tells you about the source of knowledge that was applied in this situation. So now towards the end, the IRO that we are building, Indian AI Research Organization, and has several interesting things. First of all, it has a partnership of totally world-class people at one place. So if I were to put it one way, it has people like Ramesh Jain, go and meet him. He is the father of multimedia and runs Institute for Future Health at UCI. Similarly, it has some of the top-notch researchers that have trained a lot of highly successful PhD students. Every year in the last 3 or 4 years, my team has published 40 to 60 publications. Some of them have won awards. But what is important is that half of them have, on the average, 2.5 students. Typical papers these days have 6-7 authors. So 2.5 of those students, co-authors, have been from India. Students, undergraduate students at IITs, BITS Pilani, IIITs, and other places, they are part of, they are interns with my team. So we have been able to train the talent that we have here at a world class, and then they done PhD with me, or they have gone to MIT and done pursuing PhD. All of these have happened. Now, world is changing. In last year, world has changed drastically, right? I don't see why an IITian should graduate from here and go to US. And feel free to talk to me, but there is no reason for that. We want to train that talent here. Arvind Srinivas, or I, or Ramesh, or Pramod, we all studied here, undergrad for sure. Ramesh, of course, studied all the things here, but he's a rare exception. But the rest of us went to US, did our PhD, we work for companies, then we did companies. I done 4 companies. Arvind Srinivasan has done Perplexity. But they did not build those companies here. We want to train, make that, people, train those innovators here and build the products here. So we are building this kind of technology that I already described, that is unique, and so foundational AI. And then we have taken several areas, 3-4 major areas, health, pharma. Indian Pharma Association is partner and part funder of IRO. And other interesting thing is that we also, not beyond researchers, we have also, some of us have built companies, but we are not, I worked in industry 30 years ago. We are industry experts like Apple, Google, IBM Research, DeepMind, Amazon, LNAI. They are working with us, and they will be engaged with the researchers in training that talent at IRO. We are not going to give degree, so students can continue to do their degree at IIT or BITS or wherever they want, but we will give that internship very deep, and they will work with us 1, 2, 3 years, and the outcome will be comparable to the best anywhere in the world. And we of course have very big competition, particularly China, but okay. Well, that is enough of an introduction, well, that's the good. Do I have time or whatever? Take over.
So thank you, Professor Sheth. I'll request you to stay on the stage. Requesting Professor Shivgaonkar to come to the stage and present our token of appreciation. Round of applause. Thank you, sir. So we now move to the second keynote of the day. I am delighted to invite Professor Pramod Khargonekar from University of California, Irvine. Professor Pramod was Vice Chancellor for Research and Distinguished Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at the University of California, Irvine from 2016 to 2025, where he is currently Distinguished Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Today he will speak on AI and the future of engineering. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I know that I stand between you and lunch, so I'm going to try and see if I can cover what I want to talk about. Fonts changed, I don't know why, but we'll see. I hope the rest of the slides are intact. This is a conclave on AI for science, and if I have to say my main message in one sentence is, I want to show you the opportunity in engineering. So AI for engineering, that's basically it, is the key of my talk. Before sort of going further, I thought I would mention definitions of AI. And the first definition goes back to John McCarthy, who started this whole business. And then there is an OECD definition. There is an interesting definition that came from the National Security Commission in the US. And it echoed Thomas Edison, who described electricity as a field of fields that will transform the world, which it actually did. So Edison was absolutely right about electricity. And I think they're evoking for AI the same vision. It's a field of fields, and you just heard a presentation that showed you all different aspects of AI. So kind of an inclusive approach to what is AI. On the right-hand side, I have a picture of Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA co-founder. He, in his keynote last year, he had showed this picture. So it starts with 2012 AlexNet, and we are so then the generative AI. We are currently in agentic AI. And what he thinks is the future is physical AI. And so I'm going to talk about the second picture in the second half of the talk. But this is, just keep in mind that the word AI means all sorts of different things, and we are going to be somewhat inclusive in our definitions. I happen to be a co-PI on an NSF-funded project called ARVA, Engineering the Visioning Alliance. Our goal is to identify and develop transformative research directions by bringing people together and think about the future, what can happen in 10, 15 years. I won't talk about the chart to the bottom. We have been in existence for about 5 years. We have done like 13 or 14 of these events. I happen to, so as co-PI, I led an effort about 2 years ago in thinking about the future of engineering. So we knew that ChatGPT had just come out, things were happening dramatically. And so I'll share with you some of the insights that came out of that particular effort. And in a nutshell, the vision that we came to was a two-way flow between AI and engineering. So on the one side, you have engineering for AI, and the other side, you have AI for engineering. So engineering for AI is engineering disciplines that make safer, reliable, trustworthy AI, particularly for cyber-physical systems. I will cover this part in the second half of the talk. And then the other piece is AI for engineering. So AI technology and advances impact engineering across the board in research, in design, in manufacturing, and in operations. So if you think about the footprint of engineering on any society, it's just incredibly large. And if AI is going to impact all of these, the impact on any society is unbelievably big. So let's do the second part first, which is AI for engineering. What can AI do for engineering? Just like we can think of AI for physics, AI for biology, AI for chemistry, AI for astronomy, what's AI for engineering? So first point I want to make is, and this is an important point, and it came up several times this morning in various speakers. They said, oh, science is physics, chemistry, math. Science is hypothesis, experiment, validation, and disprove the hypothesis and make a new. Engineering has its own science, and it's very different from this kind of hypothesis-based science. So engineering science is specialized foundational disciplinary knowledge, tools and techniques, and frameworks for various engineering fields. Think very simply. It's our sort of third year, fourth year undergraduate curriculum in any department of engineering, or first or second year graduate courses in engineering. They don't look, they take from science, they take from math, but they have their own culture, they have their own ways of thinking, and that's what I'm pointing to. So AI techniques have enormous potential to transform these engineering science fields, but it will happen in its own way. It won't happen the way it will happen for physics or astronomy. It will happen the way it will happen for our fields. Likely to far exceed far exceed the impact of high performance computing on engineering science. So the last such big revolution in engineering science was CFD, sort of high performance computing. So we went, I grew up in a time when the answer was a closed form formula, because that's basically what you could do. We had slide rules. So, you really didn't want to do much more than closed form formula. Well, we changed that dramatically in the 80s and 90s with HPC. This thing that's coming with AI is probably going to be 10 times bigger change in engineering science. And I just put some examples: AI for energy science and engineering, AI for semiconductor design. A lot of this is already happening. Everything here is happening. AI for thermofluids, like Navier-Stokes, CFD. What's next? And I think AI could change that whole picture. AI for material science is already happening. AI for reaction engineering. I want to put chemical engineering on the table too. And so, you can add to this list. In our Aurora report, we came up with 12 recommendations. This was at the national level in the US. We came up with 10 recommendations in 3 groups. Number 1 was design, manufacturing, and operation. This is the heart of engineering. This is what we do. We design things, we manufacture them, we put them in service. Think of a car. That's a quintessential engineering product. So we have 4 recommendations in that space. Then second set of recommendations had to do with AI systems, AI engineering systems working with humans. Because I think this is going to be a big part of the second half of my talk, is what about interaction between humans and these AI engineered systems. And then the third thing we talked about, and I think some of this is, we did it for the US, but I have a feeling that some of this translates, is national initiatives. A lot of these things are not going to happen within a company, even within a single university. Has to have a national level initiative for it to make a difference. So there were 5 of them at the national level. I won't cover all of these. I just picked out a few so that you can see what we thought about. And you can, of course, download the report. I think I had there is a QR code over there. You can go to the QR code and it will take you direct to the report. So this is probably the biggest thing that can happen with AI, is design of safe, secure, reliable, trustworthy AI systems. This is getting more and more complex. How do you understand them? AI techniques can potentially help understanding these very complex engineered systems. Data management, huge amounts of data flowing through these engineered systems. Secure, trusted, AI optimized EDA. We don't design anything hardly by hand anymore. Everything is like EDA. How do you make these EDA tools using AI secure and trusted? Testing and verification of the system. It's a huge opportunity. I happened to talk to somebody about jet engines in India. Like, why is it that we don't have jet engines? And his answer was, we haven't invested in the test systems. So this testing is a huge part. And can AI help? Can I help AI help with cutting down on cost? And finally, regulatory considerations. Manufacturing. This is, again, one of the hugest opportunities that AI has for engineering and for society like India, where we are trying to build a manufacturing capacity. Simple thing. AI accelerating design of products. You can imagine things happening. What used to take 2 years might take a month or less. Reuse of design, manufacturing for design, or design for manufacturing. All of that AI can accelerate dramatically. Then there is optimization of manufacturing operations. And you can think of everything: materials, energy, time to market. And then finally, this is a huge opportunity. Every manufactured product actually nowadays carries a service on it. So for example, think of your cell phone. This is not just a product. Apple makes a lot more money selling a service on top of this product than by selling you the iPhone. And so you can think of almost every engineered product, and you can sell services on top of the product, and those services would be AI powered. Just think of the enormous possibility here. This is for complex systems like space systems and so forth. This is the classic V. So you start with the concept of operations, you go all the way down to subsystem and materials choice, and then you go all the way back up, integrate the whole system, and then field it. So this is the classic V, and every aspect of this V for complex engineering system can be improved with AI. Our vision here was cradle to grave state awareness. You start from the very beginning till the system is put out of use and recycled. Can you do all the way completely sustainable circular manufacturing and design and operation of engineered systems? And again, AI will play a very big role in making this future possible. Just a couple of things on humans. So to enable safe, reliable, and productive human AI collaboration, so we have a bunch of recommendations there. One of the areas that we highlighted, which I think is very interesting, is rare events. So we know that AI systems depend on data, but especially complex engineered systems, we don't want them to fail, and those failure events are rare. And by definition, getting data on those rare events is very, very difficult. So I think this is going to be a real challenge in implementing AI in the physical world, is this issue of rare events. So we have some recommendations on how we might mitigate rare event mishaps, like airplane crashes and things of that nature, and some specific technical directions that one can use for that. Then the other big piece when it came to interactions with humans was ethics. So we have a big piece on how do we incorporate ethics in the design, operation of these AI engineered systems. So intelligibility of these AI systems where there are pretty big problems, accountability, privacy, and bias. And so we address all of these things in our report and say that we need to put this front and center in the design of these AI engineered systems. This was a national level imperative because we felt that no single organization is going to solve this, and I think it applies here just as well as it applies anywhere else, is none of this is possible without data, and no single entity is going to have enough data to solve these problems. So we sort of challenged the national leadership on developing curated approaches to collecting data, sharing of data so that people can use this data to build products, just like Amit talked about. So develop decision-making algorithms and systems that can determine what data should be collected, establish infrastructure at the community level and make the data available. It's a big challenge. I think China actually has got this covered. Of all the countries, China has got this covered. I think most other nations are actually struggling with this. And maybe Sweden has got it covered because they have a very homogeneous situation, but I think most countries are struggling with this. This was another big opportunity that we identified, domain-specific models for AI engineering. So we have the big LLMs, and Amit talked about in all its issues with big LLMs. Can we have foundation models for specific fields? So a foundation model for thermofluids, a foundation model for structural engineering. A lot of this is happening, so what I'm saying to you is not fiction. All of this, like there is foundation model for robotics. So in each case, you can think about foundation models. And again, this is a national level challenge because no single entity can build these models. You got to say, we are going to build these 5 foundation models, and here is the money, and here is a group of people that's going to do it. BharatGen is a great example. And what I'm saying is that we should have BharatGen for engineering domains where you can build these foundation models and then build applications on top of it. And then establish dedicated research institutes. So we came up with some ideas. So there is NSF, National Science Foundation, and in the US has funded all these AI institutes. And they are, I think, for all fields of science. And what we argued for was engineering-oriented AI institute that are focused on engineering questions, engineering fields. And we came up with some examples where there could be big impact if somebody were to do this. Our work was not focused on education. It was focused all on research and what can we do for the future of engineering. But we realized that none of this is possible without education. And so these are just 3 or 4 thoughts we had. I think things are happening. I don't know what's happening at IIT Bombay, but for undergraduates, there has to be some kind of an AI fundamentals requirement. And will it be department specific? Will it be across the board, across the institution? I don't think people have figured out this. I just saw an announcement that Purdue is the first university to have an AI competency requirement for all its graduates. So it's going to be some kind of an AI competency requirement at Purdue. I think this is a wide open thing as to how to do this for all our undergraduates. So, but there has to be some kind of an AI fundamentals requirement for all undergrads. Different curricula for academic research bound and industry bound grad students. Right now we have the same curriculum for those who go into industry and those who want to go become professors. We felt that for AI there has to be completely, really two independent tracks. One that trains in deep foundations, sort of like what Amit talked about, neurosymbolic. Well, you're not going to get that without a deep experience at the grad level. But for industry bound, there may be a different track. Experiential learning in industry, a big piece. And then, in my opinion, this fourth bullet is probably the biggest opportunity. Professional education, short courses and certificate programs. Something that you are a working engineer in a company, you go through a 3-month thing at IIT Bombay, and now you are able to use these AI things in an effective way. And I think industry, places like IIT Bombay can really lead in development of these kinds of things. And it may already be happening for all I know. But this is important. I'm going to now switch gears and talk a little bit about engineering for AI. Okay, so far I talked about what AI can do for us. Now let's talk about what we can do for AI. First, before I go sort of in depth into one particular example, I want to show you 3 other examples that are very real, and they are at the heart of AI revolution. Semiconductor and computing hardware for AI. You cannot imagine the layers that Amit showed you, the Jensen-Huang layer, the second layer on chips. Actually, here is the virtuous cycle. So you get these GPUs that make better AI, and then you use the AI to make the next generation chips. So there is this virtuous cycle in semiconductors that's in operate. So this whole AI engineering vision is actually happening in semiconductors as I speak. So all the EDA companies like Synopsys and Cadence, and they have incorporated AI tools. And also it's happening in mechanical design, So I forget the name of the company, but the leading EDA developer for mechanical is putting AI tools in their products. Power grid, okay. This has become like a very big problem, at least in the US. Amit kind of mentioned that China's got it covered. In the US, we have a big challenge. I think in India, my sense is that this is going to be a big challenge. How do you power these data centers? So again, it's a virtuous cycle. Without the power, which comes from electrical engineering, my home, you can't have these data centers. You can't have, so yeah, we need, and in fact, there's actually a very interesting technical problem there about instability in power grids caused by these data centers. So this is not a non-trivial problem for power grids. So you have power grid that supports AI, but then you use AI and machine learning to make for stable power grids that can supply. So again, the virtuous cycle in power. Third virtuous cycle is not as well understood, but I believe it is really crucial. We know that these AI systems are hungry for data. Without data, they can't really do very much. Well, who produces this data? Well, some data comes from the web and the Wikipedia and all that. We have used all that stuff up. I think the next set of data sources are going to be sensors operating in the real world. So think about sensor networks, physical sensors. There are examples in smart cities where a car becomes like a sensor for the whole city. And you got a fleet of millions of cars on the roads giving you data on the city in real time. So I think this idea of engineered systems producing data streams to feed your AI, I think is another big virtuous cycle. And then the fourth one is what I'm going to talk about, which is intelligent machines, which was John McCarthy's definition. So John McCarthy says AI is the study of intelligent machines, specifically intelligent programs. So I would argue to you that so far we have talked about intelligent programs. I think we need to be talking about intelligent machines. So that's sort of, I'll try and cover that as, in short order. So intelligent machines. They changed all the color scheme on me. Anyway, and the fonts. Cyber physical systems. So these are physical systems. So think cars, think agriculture, think energy, think power grids, anything that's physical that has computing in it. Hardware, software, real-time systems, etc., etc. Control, which is my home field, which is why I'm interested in all this. And there are examples like in transportation, so cars, airplanes, transportation networks, energy and industrial automation, healthcare and biomedical is a big piece of cyber physical systems, and then critical infrastructure like roads and power grids and so on and so forth. there is a very interesting paper, and again, I've got QR codes on all the slides. So if you get interested, you can just take a picture, take the QR code, and you'll be able to go there. It's a sort of a conceptual model for cyber physical systems. And the key is, so that's an example of like a smart city transportation where you have cars and airplanes and airports and trains, and all of this is kind of a cyber physical system. And their point is that a cyber physical system is at a device level. So you can think of a little chip in your car. That's a cyber physical system, okay? A chip that's controlling emissions, or a chip that's controlling how your engine is working. Then there is a system, which could be a car, and then there is a system of systems, could be like cars, airplanes, airports working together. So they have this idea that the CPS things are not just devices, they are systems, and there are systems of systems. And we need to think about all of them at the same time. What's happening, if you forget about AI for a second, all of these cyber physical systems are becoming smart. I mean, everything that you have thought of before, people want to make them smart. So you have smart manufacturing, you have smart grids, you have smart and connected health, intelligent transportation, smart agriculture, autonomous cars. So everywhere you are trying to get more intelligence into these dumb systems. I used to use an example that my shoe, which is one of the dumbest system there is, right? Like there is nothing in it. One day we'll have a little sensor and we'll have a little computer that will adjust its flex depending on the road I'm on. Okay, so that day may come. Nike might do it. So there is the cyber physical systems, and then I think in the last 5 or 10 years, we have realized that these CPS systems really cannot be understood unless you put humans next to them, because humans are the users of the system, whether that's a car or a biomedical device or what have you. So then, we actually, this is one of the first books on cyber physical human system that I was one of the editors on. And what's happening now, so that book is already kind of dated because we didn't focus on AI as much. But now with AI, cyber physical systems meet AI. So that's sort of my tagline on this slide is cyber physical systems meet humans and AI, and that's the future. So AI integration, so how will AI get into these CPHs? And it's going to happen at all levels. It's going to happen in devices, it's going to happen at the system level, it's going to happen at the system of systems level. So it's not going to be like just one single AI that goes and controls the whole thing. That's my view. There will be a variety of AI technology. This is where my first slide is really relevant as to what do you mean by AI? So there would be, like old-fashioned analytic AI, just some data set and you want to say something about what's happening. You can have predictive AI, and then of course generative AI that's happening right now, agentic AI, and then what Wang is calling physical AI, which is really at least for now, the ultimate expression of AI into cyber physical systems, as I interpret what he says. So AI integration will happen at all 3 levels. I think it will be heterogeneous. It will be distributed and be decentralized. And there will be no single thing that's going to actually control and coordinate all this. So as we put AI into these various pieces of our world, how will that work together? How will all that happen? I think remains a big open question. These are just plug for my own papers. I don't want to spend much time, but I've been talking about this now for a few years. So back to my definition and the picture of Jensen Huang talking about physical AI. World Economic Forum, this was 2025, so not just a couple of months ago, released a report on physical AI powering the new age of industrial operations. So they are also thinking about how AI gets into the physical world and what happens to engineering and industry in the future. So again, there is QR code at the bottom. You can go and look that up. I just picked out a couple of charts from that World Economic Forum report. So what their claim is, and I think this is true, that the technology stack for physical AI is coming into view. So you have the robotic, so they take example of robotics, which is I think a very good example to keep in mind as we think about physical AI. So you have the robotic hardware, and actually that's for engineering, it's going to make a huge difference, right? I mean, so you think of dexterous robots or, like, I think who was it? One of our speakers this morning talked about opposable thumb and talked about how many different degrees of freedom we have here in our hand. I think robotic hardware will make a big difference in this physical AI. edge hardware, operating system, robotic operating system, simulation and training and application. And the piece that I'm personally somewhat comfortable with is all the control and simulation stuff. So they have, sim to real transfer, synthetic generation, digital twins, all of that becomes part of this physical AI technology stack. And this is now coming. So you can imagine an acceleration towards realizing these physical AI systems in the not too distant future, because the technology stack is almost here. So I'm thinking ahead, and I'm saying, okay, this stuff is going to happen. It's going to happen in a way where AI gets everywhere, it's uncoordinated, it's distributed, nobody is in control. What now? And I want to think about that today, so that when that happens, we are not saying what now. We are kind of awake and been ready for it. So my main driving question has been for now some time is, how will humans collaborate with intelligent machines? So we are building these intelligent machines of the kind I just showed you. How will humans collaborate with them? Now there is this whole line of thinking which is AGI, ASI, where AI just takes over the world and we become kind of slaves. I'm not in that. I don't worry about that. I don't lose sleep over it. It may happen, maybe small probability it may happen. I worry much more about what's happening and what is likely to happen and how will humans deal with this. So more of kind of the AI as a normal technology, not ASI, where ASI takes over everything. So just a few thoughts on this as to initial answers. So first is this very nice paper 2021, which had a very nice description of what we are looking at. So first they looked at mechanization era. How did humans and machine work in industrial revolution? So manual operations, role of the machine was just a tool, and human-machine interaction was a human operated the tool. Think of steam engine, think of initial machines that were used in manufacturing. Then comes the computer era. So then you have more task for the humans. It's doing, of course, manual work, but it's also monitoring what this system is doing in the computing era. So think here like industrial automation, initial computer controlled manufacturing. That's what humans were doing. Role of the machine is now no longer a dumb tool, it's an assistive tool. So it's a little bit smarter than it used to be. And then the field that kind of captured it was the HCI, human-computer interaction. In the AI era, we change quite dramatically. So we go to a collaboration with AI-based intelligent machines. Collaborative teammate is no longer an assistive tool. So I still hear people thinking of AI is just a tool. I think we've got to change that mindset. AI is not just a tool, it's going to be a collaborative partner. And I think that's, at least the hypothesis here is that that's where we are going. And then it's no longer interaction. The HCI is an insufficient model for what needs to happen. It's human-machine collaboration. So I'm going to talk about that. A couple more ideas before I sort of talk about this collaboration. There are two different axes here. One is automation, and second is autonomy. Now we use these two words most often in a confused manner. We sort of interchangeably say automation, we say autonomy, but they're actually very different. So I'm laying out here. So automation is really who does what. So level one is machine offers decision choices to the human. Machine says, okay, here are the things. Human makes a choice. I want to go left, I want to go right, I want to drive at 55 miles an hour. So automation is giving choices to the humans, and human is making the decision. So level two is machine gets a little bit more automated. It executes with human approvals. It will do the thing, and all it is asking for is, do you approve me to do this? Third is machine executes if no human vetoes. Okay, so here it's only a veto power. So I have to proactively say, machine, please don't do this. Otherwise, the machine is going to go do this. Level 4 is machine executes and then says, I just did this. I did this for you. Okay, and then finally, machine executes fully automated without informing us. So that's the highest level of automation. Now, what is autonomy? There are two different ideas on autonomy. There is the human autonomy, like me as an autonomous entity, right? I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about technical autonomy of sort of engineered systems. So technical autonomy is level one. Lowest level is deterministic, transparent, and closed system. So your thermostat is kind of that, right? So it maintains, your temperature in your home. It is deterministic, it's transparent, and you know exactly what it does, and that's the level of autonomy it has. Second is deterministic, non-transparent closed system. So it's still deterministic, it does exactly the same thing every time, but it's not transparent. You don't know how it does it because it's too complicated, but it's closed. So it doesn't, it does what it does, and it's in a closed box, and that's about it. Level 3 is non-deterministic, non-transparent, and closed. AI systems are getting there. So they are non-deterministic, they are non-transparent, and at this time they're kind of closed, okay? They're not seeking out new resources and new information, although we are on the verge of breaking the level 3. Level 4 is adaptable but closed. So in this case, now you are saying that, okay, this system, the engineered system is adaptable, it's adapting to the environment, to the changes, to what's going on, but it's closed, it's not seeking new resources. And finally, adaptable and open. So when you think about the combination of adaptable and open with ASI, that's where if you believe in all of that, that's where you need to really, really worry. Because if it can gather resources, the paperclip example, if it can gather resources, then we are in trouble. But if it can sort of stay within up to closed systems where there are limits on what resources the AI system can commandeer, then I think maybe we are going to be okay. So the big issue for human-machine collaboration is on the x-axis, you have the technical autonomy, and on the y-axis, you have the automation. Where are we going to place these future AI engineered systems in this diagram? We surely will worry a lot if it is in the top right corner, okay? We are very happy and we are very used to being in the bottom left corner. I think this is where we are very comfortable. We are probably going to be comfortable somewhere in the middle of this thing, but the further right and up you go, the more we have to worry. What I showed you is not the full picture. I think there is this whole system of systems thing that we need to worry about. This is an example actually from China, from Beijing. Hedian is a district in Beijing. I used this slide actually in Beijing 2-3 months ago. And there is a quote from a paper in 2020, arguably for the first time in history, artificially intelligent urban technologies are taking management of urban services out of the hands of humans, operating the city in an autonomous way. Okay, so this thing that I'm talking to you about is not that far in the future. I mean, this is, if you are not careful, we may not like the results. So there is this automation, autonomy, and what level? So the system of systems level. So because that's clearly a system of system. The full urban system is a system of systems, and AI components everywhere. So final thoughts, and then I'll close out. So here, as you think about humans collaborating with the machines, the field that we need to lean on is cognitive science. Okay, this is where the knowledge about doing this is going to come from. So there's some ideas from cognitive science. That's the paper 2024, written by some of the top people in cognitive science. So we as humans collaborate. I mean, this is what has made our society what it is. Because we work with each other. That's basically what we do most of our life. And the way we do it is we have belief about each other. So this is the classic, Alice has a belief model of Bob, and Bob has a model of Alice, and they both have belief about the world. And without these models, we really couldn't collaborate. Now, many times these beliefs actually are inconsistent, right? So I believe in something, and Ramesh believes in something else, and the two beliefs are completely inconsistent, in which case our collaboration becomes very difficult. But if our beliefs are closer and closer, and that happens through collaboration, maybe we work together to achieve something great. That's how humans do it. For machines and humans to do this, we are going to have something similar, where the human will have a model of the machine. And I think that's almost like, almost surely going to happen, because we humans are built to make these models. Our brains are designed to make models of things that we interact with. So we will have an internal representation of these machines. The question is, will the machine have an internal representation of us in a way that we want? And so I think that's the piece we're going to have to design into these systems as a thought partner. So Alice and machine, beliefs about the world and beliefs about each other. So human should have a mental model of the machine, machine should have a model of the human, and the model should help predict actions of the partner and in fact bring the beliefs closer to each other. So that is going to be a very key piece of this human-machine collaboration, or these models. And there is a lot more detail than I'm showing you, so you can read the paper, but there is collaborative planning and strategy, collaborative problem solving and learning, collaborative deliberation and reasoning, and sense making, creation and ideation. So this collaboration between human and machine can really go very, very far if we do it right. And this is sort of the positive future for us with these machines is sort of on this slide, where we become partners, humans and machines become partners and do all these wonderful things. And I think it's possible, but it won't happen by itself. It will happen only if we sort of design for this future. Second piece that I want to sort of highlight, and this is now coming to an end of my talk, is what is called inferential social learning framework. One of the things that humans really, and I kind of hinted at, excel at, is thinking about other people, either implicitly or explicitly. And a great example is that, and I'll just say this to you, and you have to think about it and see if it agrees with your intuition. Anytime two people interact, anytime, we very quickly switch mode between teacher and learner. So right now I'm standing in front of you and I'm kind of in the teacher mode and you're in the student mode. As soon as it becomes Q&A, which we won't do because we don't have time, you will ask me a question and then you become my teacher and I become then the student. In a interpersonal interaction, this switch between learner and teacher is many times in 10-15 minutes, okay? We go from one to the other very quickly. But there's a whole theory that's built on top of this observation called inferential social learning. So characterize the interactions between two agents, one who wants to learn, learner, and the one who wants to teach, as the result of mutual mental state reasoning and planning. Now you can use that between the machine and the human as this inferential social learning. And the picture on the right is basically to say that as the two interact, their overlap about what they know about each other and what they know about the world increases, allowing for better and better collaboration. So there is like a whole bunch of cognitive science that goes underneath the picture I'm showing you, but these are the kinds of things that we are going to need to have humans interact in a collaborative manner with these machines that we are unleashing on the world. So these are sort of specific techniques like probabilistic models of cognition, theory of mind, resource rationality, and probabilistic programming. So these are specific tools that you can use to kind of instantiate what I'm talking about, and there is a lot more here. And I'm actually not an expert. I just am very interested in this because I think this is a piece that we are not thinking about. So when we say AI for science, AI for physics comes naturally, AI for chemistry comes naturally, astronomy comes naturally. But we should be thinking about cognitive science and neuroscience and those types of fields to inform what we do. Final slide, and this is the end. And this is a little bit at a higher level. The current path to building AI is basically scaling. Okay, so we learned in 2020 or something around that time, the more compute, more data, more algorithms, the better the system gets. And just, there are all these scaling laws that say that if you increase the data by 10x or compute by 10x, you get like, whatever performance gain on the evaluations. And the scaling laws have so far been valid. I mean, I haven't seen the latest with Gemini 3 or whatever came out, whether the scaling laws are still valid. But last I checked, they were still okay. I mean, so people are still on track. They're going to do 10x more compute, 10x more chips, 10x everything, and hopefully for better. This is not how humans developed intelligence. Humans or animals developed. This is not the way we did it. This is not the way we did it. Our learning and intelligence comes by interactions with physical reality. Going back to our childhood, the way a child learns is through interacting with its environment. Mother and father first, and then the food and all that stuff. I mean, over time that intelligence. Of course, there is a huge role of evolution. I mean, our brain comes pre-wired with a whole bunch of stuff that happened with over millions of years. So yeah, it's not all completely clean slate. So we come with some built-in stuff, but then the rest of it we acquire through interaction. This is not how we are building these systems. And so there is there is an idea that maybe we should be doing more learnings with humans in the loop. And the part that I talked about sort of points to this learning with humans in the loop. And there is a hypothesis, and it's a very interesting paper, I think 2025, written by some of the very top people in neuroscience. They said a compelling hypothesis is that if embodied AI systems are trained, at least in part, in social settings through ongoing interaction with people, they may develop aligned representations from the outset, shared, negotiated, and embedded in human norms. See, what we're doing right now is trying to put human norms on the scaled, artificially built AI systems. If you were to do these AI systems through more human interaction, then possibly they will embed the human norms through which we as operate in society and maybe create for better, more responsible AI, more collaborative, more sort of responding to humans and human needs. So that's my last slide. Conclusions are obvious. And I know that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to conclude. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Sujit Jogwar to please come forward and present the memento to Professor Pramod Khagonikar. Thank you, sir. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is arranged on the 10th floor. Sir. Lunch is arranged on the 10th floor. We sincerely request you to please return to the auditorium at 2 p.m. sharp for the post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
वहाँ से निकाल, वहाँ से बाहर जाएगा।
उसे और इधर कर दो, ये वाला और इधर करो, इसको भी सेंटर कर दो।
निकाल अभी निकाल, उसमें से
डार्ट मारा गया नहीं।
सेंटर में थोड़ा चेयर उठा लो और टेबल यहाँ से उठा लो और तब तक ये दो मैं भी लग जाऊंगा साथ में, दो इधर कर लेंगे। अरे कोई बात नहीं,
सुनो ना, एक सेकंड तीन ही है ना लास्ट में, तो तीन टेबल रहने दो एक चेयर के साथ, क्या इशू है?
एक चेयर के साथ तो तीन चेयर
मतलब ठीक है,
नहीं हो पाएगा ना यार, बहुत अजीब लगेगा। टेबल बड़ी हो जाएगी, चेयर से तुम्हारी ये फिर ऐसा हो जाएगा कि एक ही चेयर के लिए एक ही पॉइंट।
एक सेकंड, ये चेयर हटाना, एक चेयर साइड करके इसे एक टेबल चेयर कितना बेड, वो नीचे मत ले जाओ ना, लगेगी नीचे ना, जस्ट इसको यहाँ रखो, टेबल चेयर कैसा लगेगा? इतना तो बड़ा नहीं है,
तो ऐसे ही करना, टेबल मत हटाना।
हाँ
ठीक है बस, हाँ चेयर हटा दो, एक ही टेबल थोड़ा खुले खुले
अभी अभी
तीन टेबल के सामने तीन चेयर,
लास्ट में
लास्ट वाला बस दो चेयर हटाना और तब तक हम ये चेयर सेट कर देंगे, ठीक है ना? तो फिर खाली चेयर, खाली दो चेयर निकालनी पड़ेगी।
इधर से चेयर हटा,
और ऐसा करते अभी इसके नाम लिखवाओ, पहले ये बैठेंगे, वो मैं लेकर आया, वो लेके आओ, वो लेके आएंगे,
पांचों ले आओ,
ये सबसे आगे आएंगे, ये आगे रख दो।
इसको बाद में रैप अनरैप करना, वहाँ फोल्डर्स बने रखे हैं, मुझे 5 फोल्डर्स उठा दो, और पानी को
उसके बाद आएंगे,
ये किधर बैठेंगे?
सबसे आगे, उसके बाद में ये विकास,
क्योंकि मैं
ये लो विकास इधर आ गए, इनके बाद है आपके एकता कपूर,
ये सेंटर में एक सबके फोल्डर्स 5, ठीक है, वाटर बोतल और माइक 5 यहाँ रखो, माइक आप माइक ला दो और पानी ला दो, माइक पड़े थे यहाँ पे, क्या टेढ़ा था क्या? हाँ नहीं टेढ़ा हो गया था उसका, बाहर तो नहीं आ रहा है, नहीं बराबर है बराबर, ये जो माइक पड़े थे वो कहाँ गए, वहाँ रखे तो हैं, ट्रे के ऊपर रखे थे, तुमसे कंसोल वाले लेके गए माइक, क्यों? माइक यहाँ से लिए कलेक्ट किए, हाँ वो दे दो 5 माइक दे दो, ये ठीक से रखे ना सारे, और ड्राई फ्रूट फुल है ना, हाँ ठीक है, मिसिंग है चीज़ें मिसिंग है इनमें फोल्डर में, नहीं सब ठीक है, एजेंडा बस नीचे है, इसमें कुछ नहीं, ये फ्लायर्स नहीं है, इसमें छोटे वाले, तो आप सेम वाला ला लो, बड़े वाला होगा, और इसमें एजेंडा नहीं, अच्छा इस पे भी इसमें एजेंडा नहीं, यार भी कहाँ है सारी चीज़ें, मैं लाती हूँ, आप मुझे दो फोल्डर्स, मैं लाती हूँ सेट करके लाती हूँ, एजेंडा इसमें भी है, दो फ्लावर्स, बड़े फ्लावर्स चाहिए, एजेंडा चाहिए, एजेंडा ऊपर रखो, बड़े वाले फ्लावर्स चाहिए, फ्लावर्स ज़्यादा चाहिए, छोटे छोटे नहीं नहीं, ये जो पेज है ना पीछे, ये ऐसा बड़े वाला पेज वाला फोल्डर लाओ, अगर नहीं है तो फ्लायर तो छोटे रख देते हैं, सारे ही छोटे, नहीं फ्लायर्स अलग से पड़े हुए बड़े वाले, मैं इतने बड़े मैं ले इसका नहीं है बड़े, इसमें सब छोटे वाले हैं, कोई बात नहीं, कितने चाहिए तुम्हें? 5 का पेयर, नहीं बड़े वाले 4, अरे नहीं वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी लगे पड़े हैं ना, रो में लगे पड़े हैं, अरे नहीं भाई सब में लगे पड़े हैं ना, रुको ना मैं देख रही हूँ, इसमें नहीं है, इसमें है ही नहीं, इसमें है, ये तो छोटा वाला है, छोटा वाला, वो जिसमें नहीं है वो भी साइड कर दो, वो फर्स्ट वाला, नहीं उसमें नहीं है, फर्स्ट में सिर्फ एजेंडा एजेंडा, कौन सा, हाँ ये तो आने आवाज आ रही है, यार आवाज आ रही है, वो बंद कर दीजिए, हाँ मैम इसमें खाली एजेंडा, कोई भी वो अच्छा वो
Check, 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 check.
ठीक है। Hello everyone. Kindly settle down. We'll start. Okay, so next up we have the first panel discussion of the day. So welcome back from the lunch. We will now begin with the panel discussion. It is titled AI for All, Building Global Collaboration for Local Challenges. First up, I will invite the moderator, Professor D. Manjunath. Professor Manjunath is the head of Center for Machine Intelligence and Data Science, C-Minds, at IIT Bombay. He is also a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering. Joining him on the panel, I will invite Shri Vikas Rastogi from the Government of Maharashtra. Shri Vikas Chandra Rastogi is an IAS officer of the 1995 batch serving in the Maharashtra cadre. He is currently serving as Principal Secretary of Agriculture Department, Government of Maharashtra, where he has made significant strides in launching an agri-AI policy and promoting the use of AI to generate advisories for farmers based on a range of data sets. Next, I invite Dr. Ekta Kapoor from Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Ekta Kapoor is currently Scientist G in the Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. She heads the Frontier and Futuristic Technologies FFT division. She has been leading the two national mission in critical and emerging technologies, namely the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems and the National Quantum Mission NQM. Okay. So next up we have Dr. Alpan Rawal. Dr. Rawal is the Chief AI ML Scientist at the Vadhwani Institute for AI, a non-profit devoted for developing and deploying AI for social impact. Dr. Rawal has been working in the applied AI space for over 25 years, initially as a faculty member at the Claremont Colleges in California and later in research and leadership roles at D.E. Shaw Research, Amazon and LinkedIn. Finally, I would like to invite Dr. Amol Gite. Dr. Amol Gite is distinguished healthcare leader and technologist with a unique career trajectory spanning clinical dentistry, hospital administration and advanced AI. He currently serves as VP of Operations and AI Partnerships at BharatGen, a pioneering sovereign AI initiative at IIT Bombay, supported by the DST and MEITY. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Ninad. And welcome everybody to this post-lunch panel. So if you're too sleepy from a good lunch, try to stay awake. I occasionally can call out a few names that are there so that you don't fully fall asleep. Yeah. So let me just remind you of, at least I'd like to recall the C-Minds logo that we have, the tagline that we have in C-Minds, Center for Machine Intelligence and Data Science at IIT Bombay. Our tagline is local relevance and global presence. So in some sense, the theme of this panel couples with that very nicely. So we believe that the global presence will help build global collaboration networks to address the challenges that government, society and businesses face in India at C-Minds. That's our belief in C-Minds. Now, just coming back to the premise of this panel, so from the techno-skepticism of the post-independence from the post-independence era, we have both as a society and government vision, both as a society and the government vision embraced techno-optimism. There is the vision that many of the new technologies will bring in inclusiveness, jobs and prosperity to the masses. So much so that the government of India is making massive investments in many mega projects that are expected to make this techno-optimism a reality. So global collaborations, both private industry and public institutions are key players in this technological push. So key investments are being made in a variety of sectors by the government. AI intervention, for example, in healthcare is expected to bring about a major transformation, especially at the bottom of the pyramid in both urban and rural populations. Business and learning in Matrabhasha, if I may use the phrase here, is expected to bridge the linguistic divide in the country. So governance, especially at the local government level, along with preceding the transformations that I listed out earlier, are waiting in the wings. This is also expected to provide significant population scale benefits to India. And all of this is being enabled by massive push from a variety of initiatives by DST and allied organizations of the Government of India. So we are here to discuss this, and we have a distinguished panel. I'm not going to go through all the introductions that we just began. So what I'm going to do is to begin the first round of discussions by asking each of the panelists here one question and ask them to elaborate. And if there is time, I'll try to get a follow-up on that. So I'll begin with Mr. Rawal. So I just go through the sequence that here this is in no particular order. So Mr. Rawal, so the Wadhwani Institute has leveraged a strong global network to address the problems of the masses, especially I believe in healthcare. So the question to you is, how did this come about? And can you provide some illustrations of the cultural barriers that were needed to be overcome in both directions? I mean, looking at your global collaborators and the Indian agencies that are addressing those challenges in both directions, the barriers that you have to overcome in both directions, so as to assimilate the global methods and algorithms to address local issues. Yeah, if I may ask you that.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Can people hear me at the back? Okay. It's an interesting question. We do have global collaborations, but the global component of our work comes mostly from, of course, the research that's happening globally in AI, which we leverage, which we build upon to build solutions for underserved communities in India. And of course, there are unique challenges in adapting the global to the local. So, especially a technology like AI, the first thing you think about is the data in place? What does the data look like? Typically, the data is not in place. It's not of the quality that one expects. It's certainly not of the quality that was used to build the research that went into the papers. So you really have to adapt. You have to try out various things. You have to impute the data sometimes. You have to clean up the data. So there's a lot of data-centric issues that come up in adapting these models. Plus, of course, we have to look at other constraints. So it's not just the AI that matters, but it's how the AI will be integrated into local systems that matters. Do local systems have internet access? That's a major issue, and that dictates whether you can put an AI model on the cloud or does it have to be on a device, on a local edge device. Usually the answer is you have to put it on a local edge device for the communities for which we build AI, which are mostly rural communities or the urban poor. And so that's a huge consideration. I mean, that also puts constraints on the algorithms, the types of architectures, model architectures that we can use, what we need to do. We do a lot of work on model compression, for example, without trying to sacrifice accuracy. So these are some of the technical issues that surround the work. The cultural gaps, of course, a lot of the people who develop models, and I'm sure there are a lot of people in this room who are developing AI models, have either a Western or a Western style education, right? I would argue that, an IIT education is kind of a Western style education. And then you have to get used to dealing with people who don't have the same kind of educational background, and you have to adapt. A lot of our senior people come from outside India. They want to move back, do something for the country. And so they're very idealistic and romantic about, working for the country. But then reality hits at some point. So that's a big cultural issue. You have to go out in the field and study how your models are being used. And then they come back with, infections, with complaints about data quality, with, this is just not going to work. But it works, so you have to adapt. There's a huge cultural adaptation, but I think it's very important. We as an institute try to ensure that all our technical folks do regular field trips, no matter how rough they are, because I think that's important to the whole, KYC process, know your customer.
So any specific examples of a cultural barrier? I mean, I could understand the technical barrier in terms of the quality of the data.
Yeah, several examples.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of our projects, one of our projects, for example, in the maternal and child health space, it involves taking a video of a baby in their rural home setting and inferring the weight from video, right? So it's a 20-second video that an ASHA worker takes of the baby. Of course, if somebody is coming from a sophisticated educational background, the first question they ask is, why do you even need video to take weight? Why can't you use a weighing scale? And so and then you have to get into those issues, which is that a digital weighing scale is not scalable in India. It has to be calibrated. There's various advantages to doing this through the phone, including the fact that the data, the inferences can be uploaded to the cloud and then sort of stored on the back end. You can do analytics on the back end. All you need is a simple smartphone. Things like that. Two cultural taboos where mothers in rural areas are often very reticent about people taking pictures of their babies, people holding their babies, and so on. So you have to deal with that, and as technicians, you have to deal with those aspects as well. And so you have to design data collection protocols accordingly. And these are things people are not used to.
On the matter of calibrating weighing scales, a corporate hospital in not very far from here once weighed me at 93 kilos. So you can see how calibration is an issue. Anyway, so next I'll move on to Dr. Geete here. So BharatJen is a massive and perhaps a unique initiative to have a national impact. So many of us hope that it becomes all pervasive and weaves itself into what we call the common man's, weaves itself into becoming the common man's technology, much like what we in Kannada say Bharata, that is the Mahabharata, has been woven into the cultural fabric in India. So BharatJen has a healthy mix of homegrown researchers and and those that are trained overseas. So what are some of the low-hanging mangoes, if I can extend the analogy to our scenarios here? And since I see the totapuris in the market, I guess it's the right time to ask that question. So what are some of the low-hanging mangoes that you expect to pluck in the immediate future?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Manjunath, for first calling out that BharatJen is a unique and a initiative. So I'll start with thanking DST for allowing us to start this. We are just 13 months old, and in that small amount of time, we have been able to release models, have people lay their hands on models, and where I see what we see as low-hanging fruits or early deployments is at least we will be able to liberate language to a large extent, because we are working extensively on 22 Indic languages, including the language nuances. The second thing that I see foreseeing or happening very closely is we becoming voice first. And voice first has a different paradigm, it will take us to a different paradigm, because we've been talking and listening a lot about context graph these days. What is context? Context is everything that is not processed in the system. It is the decisions that you make which are in your mind, or you talk to your colleague, or you think on yourself when you see a response. And based on that, there is a follow-up that happens. And all of these things are not captured. And if you were to design systems which will have the need for every user to input everything, it is going to take millions of years and resources and compute. But if you make it voice first, I think people will start talking their minds out, and systems will be able to get context much better than what we are trying to leverage. I think third thing that I see happening is we will be able to see some real deployments, and those real deployments are not going to be like AGI level readiness, claiming that we've solved it all. It is going to be persuasive, very small moments of truth, where we'll start seeing some early deployments, yield some results, win some confidence of the users, and then they're wanting to do something more with it. I think that is the low-hanging fruit for us, and we will also be at the same time creating this public foundation of sovereign AI, smaller elements and smaller pieces in the entire bouquet that is required. Apart from models, we are also working on benchmarks. So what are the benchmarks that do justice to Indian settings? These are the things that are going to be some of the low-hanging fruits we are looking at, and I think they are going to be of value to the entire ecosystem that we are trying to build.
So any sample applications that you are looking at, any sample deployments that you can sort of call out today?
Yeah, we already have some POC level readiness for deployments, which we very proudly demonstrate in our conversations with partners and other ecosystem players. But we are actively working with Maharashtra government. We'll be coming up with a conversational bot for 2 of their departments. We are also working with healthcare players, where we are working on solving some of the complex healthcare problems, patient-physician conversations, understanding patient reports, and a lot of other things that patients usually walk to the hospitals with, to create a summary, make them understand it themselves, and also present it to the doctors. So these are like some of the use cases that we are currently working on. We are also focusing on education. We are solving for some of the fundamental formative learning challenges, assessment challenges, which will actually be allowing us to deploy assessments at scale. We are working on that, and there are a lot of other opportunities that we are pursuing, but these low-hanging fruits are going to give us the confidence in early learnings and encourage others to also come forward and start deployments.
So, talking of context and things, so there is a translating languages into the typical medical training is in English, and the symptoms of various ailments are described in English. So, translating a local language word into English has always been what I believe is one of the biggest bottlenecks. For example, those of you who know Kannada, there is a word called sancta. There is no way in hell you can translate that into English, and that word doctors are afraid of when a patient comes in and says, there is something that's they're not able to translate that into a language that they have seen in their medical textbooks. Anyway, thanks for that. So, Mr. Rastogi, so what are some of the data incentive projects that the government of Maharashtra has initiated and plans to initiate in, say, the next 2 years?
So, as Dr. Alpun Rawal was mentioning about data is the key for any AI system that we design. Now, agriculture sector, which currently I'm looking after, generates a huge amount of data. Consider the scenario, we have more than let's say 15 million farmers having different kind of cropping practices, different farms, different crops, and different kind of scenarios in terms of the seeds they are using and the productivity they have. Now, huge amount of data is potentially available, but what also happens is since there is no immediate use of that data, or maybe no intelligent analysis is being done, the data collection systems also have their own limitation. Now, if we start using this data for AI system, then also you realize if there are any inconsistency in if the data collection strategy itself is to be used. Now, that said, we have multiple initiatives regarding utilizing this data for designing advisories, information systems, etc. AgriStack you might have heard, which is a Government of India initiative, wherein every farmer gets a unique ID, the plot that he or she is cultivating gets a unique geo-referenced identity, and also the crops, every seasonal crop that they are taking is also recorded. So that is one. Now, other than that, we have, of course, weather stations. So more than 2,500 circles have a AWS, automatic weather station, which continuously monitors the temperature, the humidity, the rain, the wind speed, wind directions, etc., which also is a let's say prerequisite for generating forecasting, the weather forecasting by IMD and other institutions. So that's the part of the weather data. Every soil has its own parameters in terms of soil texture and soil type and the nutrient. So huge amount of data is available, is being generated. Apart from AgriStack, we have all these data sets, and what we have done is we are designing agriculture data exchange, ADEX, as we call. One purpose, of course, is to bring them on the same platform, but what we have realized that the data sets are in silos. Different institutions, organizations have it, and they don't want to share it, or probably they don't realize that if we share, then the value of data increases, the kind of analysis that you can do can be of much higher order. So designing an ADEX is basically bringing all these data sets along with the universities data. Our agriculture universities and ICR institutions, they also come up with a lot of research data, varieties of seeds, their output, etc. So we want to make it available within the government institutions and also share it with the private entities for common good, for designing better algorithm, better systems. So ADEX is being developed. Apart from that, we also are developing a sandbox wherein the startups and companies, they can play around with this data and then test their algorithms. So on the data part, there is a lot of initiatives going on, and if we say about utilization of the data, then Mahavistar, which is a AI-based chatbot, is basically utilizing that data for generating advices for the farmers.
So how much of these data is available for public use without subscription, or all of these? Typically some kind of a subscription based.
So as I said, edX is being currently under development. So as of now, there is no platform where the data is actually available, but depending on the requirements, we make it available to various entities. So that will be much more, let's say, kind of systematic way of exchanging data. Not only public data, but also private data, because a lot of private sector so generates data about logistics, storages, exports, etc. We also want to bring it the same platform, and using DPDP framework and also the protocol for sharing data, we would like to make
So
it
much of
available.
the data not you have is not personal. So does DPDP
We
apply?
do have
You
personal
do have
data,
I see,
lot
I
of
see.
personal data,
I see.
because all these
Oh,
direct benefit transfer schemes do collect lot of personal data, which of course has its own protocols of Aadhaar vault and etc. That is being taken care of.
Thank you. So Dr. Kapoor, so Government of India is bringing out many new initiatives in AI. So could you elaborate on some of them with details of the impact they are creating on the economy as a whole?
Very good afternoon, and first of all, thank you for having me here as a panelist for this important topic, AI for all. I think AI is now in the air, and it is actually for everyone. As pointed out by leaders across the globe, and also with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I think this is the right moment that we are having this AI Impact Summit in India, and we are there to show to the world that actually India has set up the tracks for the rails to move, and we are going to lead this AI revolution in the future. So just to elaborate on some of the important flagship programs that the Government of India has launched in the last few years, I would like to start with the Department of Science and Technology, which is my parent organization. So we have an ongoing mission on cyber physical systems. Our Secretary Professor Abhay Karandekar rightly mentioned in the morning session. So this mission was initiated in the mindset of academic institutions to move from paper publications and patents alone to doing translational research, developing products, and commercializing them. And this is the beauty of the TIH, that it actually functions as a catalyst to carry out translational research. The TIHs, which have been set up under this mission, carry out activities under 4 different domains to cover technology development, entrepreneurship or startup ecosystem setup. They also work on skill development, enhancing the CPS researchers base across India, and they are also working on international collaborations in their respective technology verticals. All the technology verticals, the 25 of them, are belonging to areas of critical and emerging technologies, to include AI and ML, to include cyber security, data analytics, IoT and IoE, etc., etc. So this is, in a nutshell, what NMICPS is doing. And I will come to Bharat Gen after. I think we already have Dr. Geeta here, who's representing Bharat Gen. But this is also one of the flagship initiatives of NMICPS, and it is now being supported with a whole of government approach
with the extended support of MIT, which has come up to the tune of more than 1,000 crores for Bharat Gen in the India AI mission. As I speak about the India AI mission, I think again we all are, witness of the great initiative which has been launched by the Government of India. It is being implemented by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and the mission aims to provide a huge compute power to the country, to the researchers, academicians, to MSMEs, industry, startups, and this actually will empower each one of us to use this AI power to translate and develop technologies which will be beneficial, which will be available for the service to the society. Then, of course, in the ANRF, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, there has been a mission which has been launched very recently. It is the Maha Mission on AI, Science and Engineering. The calls for proposal are open for that, and it's again, I would say, a whole of government approach with our other departments of the Government of India also supporting it, namely the DBT, the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We also have MIT, and we have ICMR, the Department of Health Research, contributing to this call. Again, with the Ministry of Education, I would like to mention we have the plan of setting up 4 centers of excellence in AI, and these centers of excellence again, will be focusing on 4 major areas to include agriculture, education, healthcare, and sustainable cities. The centers have already been set up at 4 different locations in IITs in the country, and I think this will again give a great boost to research in AI in the country. Lastly, I would like to again mention that as a part of the research, development and innovation, the RDI scheme of the Department of Science and Technology, which is being implemented by DST, rupees 1 lakh crore RDI fund has to be disbursed in some key sectors which are called the sunrise sector. The government will be focusing on. So I think with this huge plethora of activities and the programs that have been set up, the stage has been set up for each one of us to perform and to leverage the talent that is available in the youth of the country for the betterment of the society. Thank you.
Expecting some kind of a leapfrogging, so I'll come back to that in the next round. So, Alpan, so just a quick question on the kind of activities or the nature of the nature of the way in which you function, nature of way in which things happen at Vadhvani. So, how many pilot phase projects graduate to a fuller project, and could you just give us a sense of why, whatever that number is? I mean, if it's large enough, I mean, why are you happy? I mean, why does that come about? If it's too small, why does that come about? And a quick response to what do you think is your vision of AI, inclusive AI? Yeah, so maybe we should probably about 2 minutes per person would be a good idea. Yeah.
So this is a hard question actually, because it depends on how long you're willing to wait. The number of projects that can go from pilot to scale can vary from close to 0 to close to 100%, depending on
what you're
on how much iteration you're willing to do.
Right.
Often it's not just a function of how good the AI is, but also the the whole stakeholder, the whole ecosystem,
Correct. I mean,
whether it's ready to adopt.
Right.
So I think if you've thought the problem through well in the beginning, which is that you recognize that this is a problem to be solved by AI, number one. Number two, you posed it correctly, technically. Number three, you made sure that the ecosystem is ready to adopt if you actually do solve the problem. So if you have all your ducks lined up, then I think chance of success, meaning going from pilot to scale, is actually very high. Currently among our projects, we're roughly at 60% or so, but that number is very dynamic, so it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
If you had asked me a year ago, it would be much less. A year later, it may be more.
just a question
Yeah.
to get a sense of
Sure.
what happens and how difficult the issues are. Not to
Sure.
not to put a value judgment of anything that happens there. Yeah.
Sure. And about inclusive AI, I think a lot has been said already. Of course, we need to somehow make sure that a lot of these AI tools that matter actually reach low-income groups, reach people who were not internet savvy and don't have internet access. So I think that's a major part of inclusivity.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Dr. Geete, so from my understanding, early Indian language computing research in India was focused on Panini and Samskrita. So that was supposed to be the foundation of their research. So what role do you think these would play in BharatGen? And do you expect the Indian language usage pattern and language idiom to change as BharatGen happens? As sort of
I'm
gains more
glad you asked this question. So Sanskrit, as all of us know, it is like a rule book. It is so algorithmic that so many things it can scale to any levels, and we've seen that happening. Like many coders follow Sanskrit like they are following a code. But when it comes to language adjacencies, I think we are working at that fundamental level where our teams have sat and struggled with coming up with new tokenizers, where we are trying to leverage language adjacencies. Like all the Aryan languages put together and the Dravidian languages put together, you will see that the lipi in which they are written, right, whether it is Devanagari or other lipis, they draw so many things from each other. And how can we leverage on this? And we firmly believe that although our early iterations have not given very significant results, which are like skyrocketing high, but a lot has gone into the making of tokens across the world. And if we pursue this, we are sure that we'll be able to see a very different outcome. We'll be able to optimize the token utilization. Currently, if we are using any of the Western models, there is a lot of derived tokenization that happens, right? For a language to go into a translation mode, and then you end up paying higher tokens for it. And coming back to the language idiom, I think as we progress, and like I said in the last comment, as we become voice first, I think Sanskrit was more to adhere to purity. I think what will happen when we are voice first is we will be able to adapt ourselves to clarity, right? We don't want people to start talking purely just because we want it to be done in a particular way. We want AI to support how they are talking and living and become a part of their everyday life. So I think that shift we will be able to see gradually, from purity to clarity, from rule books to actually adapted usages. And those are going to be like, again, adding a lot to our context and understanding. And they will definitely be fed back as we have more model iterations as well as context built around it. So I think Sanskrit definitely is going to help with the scaffolding, but it may, over a period of time, just become the overall guiding principle, and these other language usages will take over as we have more data unlocked and available for model building.
So there is a strong Sanskrit component in many of these other languages. So you're saying that that is going to sort of become a little more homogeneous across in some sense? Or?
Yeah, so like I said, it will continue to remain the guiding principle. That is not going to change. But the way, like 780 plus dialects, how do you want to contain all of those dialects to use standard usage? And we are, as a country, are full of noise. We code switch. If there are 3 people in a room, most likely there will be 2 different languages they will know, and at some point in time they'll start talking in 2 languages. And we are a country full of noise. We are not like the Western isolated environments where these AI applications are going to be used in perfect isolation. We will be wanting these applications used in marketplaces, buses, trains, wherever we go, whatever we do. Even in our household, there is a television running in the background. So how do our models do justice to those noisy situations and are still able to be deployed? That is, I think, going to be the key. And that is what I mean by there is a difference between making pure deployment versus making a clear deployment. Making a clear deployment is what actually serves the use case needs and the surroundings. And pure is where it is like adhering to what data has gone into the making of it. And we are traversing that journey. I think as time and more data accumulates, we'll be able to unfold that.
Yeah, I mean, you just said we are a nation full of noise. I wasn't sure you meant a noisy nation or a nation full of noise, but we'll take that offline. Mr. Rastogi, so this is a discussion about global cooperation. So I'm sure you have a wish list of things that are being done in other countries. So any of those that you would like to see happen in Maharashtra?
So while what's coming out is a lot of localization required here in AI in terms of the languages, the context, the cultural issues here. But that said, there's a lot that we need to learn and work with the global institutions. The first thing that comes to my mind is the seed development. Better quality seeds, seeds that are climate resilient, seeds that have lower maturity period, and more consistent in terms of their productivity and all. And there are various techniques which are being implemented. Our agriculture universities and ICR institutions are working with seed development, but the pace is very slow. For a new variety to come up, it takes 8 to 10 years, even sometime even more. And it is possible to use AI to speed up that process, analyze the performance of various seeds, and then give the best seed to which is, let's say, applicable for a particular agroclimatic zone. So that is something which, whether it's a genetic editing or speed breeding, etc., there is a huge opportunity for us to learn. And keeping that in mind, I mean, this is one example. There are multiple other examples where we need to work with other institutions across the globe. And keeping that in mind, on 22nd, 23rd February in Mumbai, we have Global Agri AI Summit, which is a satellite event of India AI Impact Summit in Delhi. And we are inviting the global institutions, academic institutions, think tanks, industry, startup, to offer them the same platform where they can learn from each other, share their experiences, and have a clear vision ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. So last question to you, Dr. Kapoor. So with so many AI initiatives from DST, so there is a word that has been very popular for the last 30, 35 years, at least of my understanding of many things that the government wants, expects. So they keep saying that we want to leapfrog. So the many AI initiatives from DST that you have, so what kind of leapfrogging expectations would you have from the people who are funded? So, I mean, yeah, maybe a couple of minutes if you don't mind, so that we can close on time.
I think this is one of the questions which I have always asked my leadership, that as a mission director of this national mission and also implementing the mission across all premier academic institutions, what is the expectation we must have? And this is actually now running in our blood, that we need to leapfrog what we need to do. Number one, I would just give 3 points here. Number one is, let's change our mindset. Let's leverage our talent, the strengths that we have, not just for publishing, not just for patenting, but bringing out a technology which will be available in the society, available for our own people for use, and that is, utmost need of the hour. The second thing is, let's not work in silos. Let's work in collaboration. BharatGen per se is an example, a living example of a consortia which has 7 members, and the consortia is expanding each day. We have discussions with the BharatGen team, and we come to know, oh, we want to add this particular institutions because they have this strength. We say, okay, we are okay with it, provided it is within the gambit of the project and within the financial purview. The third thing, and again the most important, is we must focus on the scale and the diversity that our country has. We must consider this diversity as our own strength. Again, I would like to give an example of BharatGen, that the generative AI models which are being built in BharatGen are actually tailored to meet India's linguistic, cultural and socio-economic diversity. We should scale up our projects, and our technologies developed should be for our own people, but they should be scaled up to cover the entire diversity of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'll end by being Narada for a few minutes. So I'll try to pit the two people who implement projects to people who fund them. So first question to you, Alpan. If you had one thing to ask the government, Government of Maharashtra, so you're doing local impact, so that your impact could be 3 dB or even 10 dB higher, what would you ask Sri Rastogi? And not money.
No.
Not money.
So I can speak in general what would be good to have, which I have two things actually, both around data. One is that we are the largest and the most diverse country on the planet. So
Noise. We have a lot of noise.
Sorry. Yeah. But so we have the largest and the most diverse data sets on the planet. Can there be a rational policy for making these data sets available to the general public? A policy that's uniform and applies across the country. Second is the government owns these massive platforms, especially in health, like eSanjeevani, Nikshay, and so on. Can we make sure that the data that's collected through those platforms is of high quality at source? And it's not very difficult. It's just simple quality checks that have to be done at source, so that then the data that comes in can be used in a meaningful manner. I think so far what was happening is a lot of this data was used in aggregate form to create dashboards and to create reports. And for that, the quality levels were okay. But I think as the data starts getting used into AI models, it's very important that there are better quality checks.
Would you want to respond to that? I was expecting some friction. So
No, not at all. We are completely in sync. So regarding the first point, as I said, our edX is under development and the data sharing policy is also under development. Within a month or so, we should be able to launch it. And the idea is to make it open, except of course the personal data kind of thing, because without that, the new development and initiative will not work. Regarding the second point of data quality, I think it's extremely important. But what has happened is, if the data is only collected without any end use insight, and where people are not really understanding the importance of what they're doing by collecting data, then the quality suffers. Now, when we use AI models, we have seen that we are getting sometimes irrational results, and we try to find out why is it happening. The data sources, we are able to identify that there is a problem in the data set. So now there is a new SOP which is going down, that when you collect the data, these are the best practices. Of course, now everything has to be done through some portal or an app. So these things are coming up because now we have started looking data in a more outcome-oriented manner rather than a simply a collection of data exercise.
Thank you. So should I finish that with the other potential friction point here? Dr. Geeta, same question to you. If you had one thing to ask of Dr. Kapoor and DST, that your impact could be 3 dB or 10 dB higher, what would you ask?
I think
they've got more than you wanted.
Like Ekta ji mentioned, the seed was sown by NCPIMS and it has been nurtured well by DST, and now MIT is also blessing us. So what else we can ask for? But if there is one thing that I would ask, or Bharatjan would like to yearn, is to make real messy frontline deployments celebrated as research signals of adoption. And there is going to be like the labor pains we have to go through, right? We have to make this happen, and if the government departments participate, partner, if the public systems partner with us in these deployments, we will be able to have a lot of learnings to be taken back to the model's next iteration. And if we are able to make this like observed, celebrated, even if they are failures, and I'm not saying that there will be failures only, there will be a lot of learnings, right? Because the infra ecosystem, where is the model to be deployed, how is it to be, what is going to be the UI UX, what is the user's expectations, user journey, and all of these are going to be only learned through making deployments. So we would want every district, every state, every taluka or block to have some AI deployment plan, and they should participate. And we will be like more than happy to have all the models support these public infrastructure requirements and handhold them through these deployment cycles, because there's going to be a learning for both the departments as well as us. I think that would be the one ask.
Dr. Kapoor, you want to say yes, no, don't know to that?
A big yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we are already there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I wanted to have a roundup of final remarks from everybody, but I think we are sort of running out of time. There's a red flag going up. So with that, I'll thank all the panelists here for their sparing their time and giving their mind to whatever, to helping us know what's in their mind. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manjunath and the panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. Now, I would request Professor Manjunath to please hand over the mementos. So, request Professor to present the memento. Thank you once again to all. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Amit Apte from IISER Pune. Professor Amit Apte is an applied mathematician working on data assimilation and dynamical systems in earth sciences. Before joining IISER Pune, he was a faculty member at the International Center for Theoretical Sciences and the Center for Applicable Mathematics. Today, he will speak on understanding complex systems with AI from an applied mathematic perspective. May I request Professor to please take over? You can use.
Okay. Well, I usually move around, but I shouldn't. So let's see how it goes. See, I started moving. Okay, firstly, thanks a lot for inviting me to give a talk here. I have learned a lot. I hope you do at least a little bit after 30 minutes of my talk. So what I will talk about, a part of it touches upon what was covered in Pramod Khargaokar's lecture, which was complex systems, but slightly different perspective. So let's see how it goes. Yeah. Okay. Some caveats. What I think maybe this is not like the main focus of the talk, but points that I thought were important and should be made. So here they are. Right? There are three important aspects when you think about science. And so, okay, firstly, I'll talk about science focus largely. Engineering and will be an important part, as you will see in just a minute, but the focus will be largely on science. And in science in particular, I'll focus on the research part of it, even though the education and outreach is equally we write 3-year grants, but that doesn't mean that your curiosity ends after 3 years, right? And sometimes 50 years, 100 years, 5,000 years, whatever number that comes to your mind. Yeah. But engineering clearly plays an important role for a couple of reasons in particular, which is that, at least in my mind, AI is a largely engineering topic right now, which is good, and hence indispensable for future developments, even when you want to apply AI in science. So engineering will come in as an indispensable part of using AI in science, right? And somehow the recently, if you go for a movie to Cinepolis, they are playing this advertisement of Kirloskar these days, as far as I understand. Amazing. I thought it was a really deep, conceptually deep commentary on engineering profession in an advertisement in a theater. But anyway, so hopefully you are motivated to go for a movie now. Not right now, at the end of the evening. So the other thing was that if I guess the agenda is to endorse or expressly support or promote AI use in science, maybe this is kind of like at least a note of caution, if not a vote of dissent. And I'll explain more as I go along. Yeah. And the last thing, it's something I guess part of the part taking on from that essentially is that AI does provide us with tools, I hope companions as well, as you mentioned, not just tools. But AI already is kind of disrupting how our basic notions of scientific development were built. In particular, so I don't know how many of you know about the weather prediction models that are being used currently, that are competing extremely favorably, AI weather models that are competing extremely favorably with traditional models, and they're essentially non-Markovian in nature. Our fundamental notion about how nature develops is Markovian, and these are not, but they seem to work equally well. How do we reconcile these two facts? It's something that we have to really deal with. And so these disruptions are essentially on the same scale as the disruption in international politics for the rule-based order and all that's going on in politics. But anyway, so and engineering profession clearly has a lot to say about this, which is that you just try to do things reliably, robustly, and eventually some theory may come out of it. And yeah, okay. So so those are the things I will not talk about in detail. But here is what I would. So you can sleep after this, wake up after 20 minutes, and go for tea. So I guess many of the current applications are essentially leveraging this very fundamental basic fact that we have very high dimensional large data sets. Humans are pretty bad at understanding these kind of structures because our intuition has developed based on 3-dimensional world where we live, and when you go to 15 million dimensions, we don't know what to do. And the AI models provide us some tools, even though they are black boxes, some tools to organize these data, put them into structures that are then eventually useful. So that's sort of say I think the fundamental fact, right? And one of the things that they do lack, and this can be debated ad nauseum, is the reliability and robustness that is available for many of the engineered systems over the last 50, 100 years, 200 years, and so on, right? Again, as I said, this is a long discussion. I won't make, I won't justify this in any great detail, but I feel that this is one of the points that does need to be addressed. And I will come to one way that a viewpoint that applied maths provides that is useful to think about these issues. And going beyond robustness and understanding where utility, at least if systems are robust and so to say reliable, then you can use them even if you don't necessarily understand what's going on inside it. But science usually doesn't stop there. What we would like to develop in scientific understanding is how and why things are functioning, and not just that they are reliable, right? And this lack of understandability largely, which is I would eventually argue that that's not the same as explainability at all. Part of the connection is that how do we fit last 300-500 years worth of scientific understanding, the conceptual framework that science has developed, into the structures that are coming out of AI that are purely coming from data, and how to match those is something that's a fairly large topic. Addressing will be essential to apply AI for science, right? Not just as a tool, but as a collaborator, as a partner. And so I think applied maths does provide a framework to think about these issues. Certainly for reliability and robustness part, because you think of typical applied maths topic, a priori estimates on errors or uncertainties, and so on, right? Okay, so that's what I will try to talk about. Slightly different. So I added this phrase after your talk. Complex systems. There is a distinct flavor of complex systems which are not engineered or controlled. For example, the Earth. Well, we are unfortunately changing it, not quite controlling it yet. Uncontrolled change, but anyway. But engineered systems which are complex have a very, very different flavor, partly because we can control them. Natural complex systems, like say cells, our body, biological systems, the Earth, and so on and so forth, they are not controlled. So many parts of the V that you mentioned are missing in these kind of uncontrolled complex systems. And so these, one specific aspect of these systems that makes it difficult, clearly, and there are many other parts that make it difficult. But one particular aspect is multiple spatial and temporal scales. And just that throws non-trivial challenges for AI systems. And that is something that needs to be addressed if you want to apply AI to non-trivial scientific problems, not just of the kind of regression or highly complex nonlinear regression. Okay, and that will then open up for it will lead us to actual groundbreaking, so to say, applications of AI in science. Okay, so when I saw this talk some time ago, and then I heard about this meeting, I was thinking, wait, why am I going to give this talk? The talk that I don't know if you can see it because of the chairs. Anyway, I will make the slides available to whoever wants. That talk is quite nice. 2024, so prehistory, no agents in that talk, and now no agents. Of course, there is no physical AI either. So a lot of that might be outdated already, which is the nature of things. Okay, so first, just to discuss about what is it that may lack when you want to apply current AI systems into science applications, right? So I thought this may be useful just as a list. I don't know. Going down a list is not a useful or fun way of giving a talk, but here is a list. Why not? I will not list out a few hundred dozen, I don't know how many dozen tools exist for using, for assisting scientific work, for citation, for summarization, for code generation, and so on and so forth, right? So I will not list any of those. That, of course, is important in doing science, and there is a bunch of tools, those need to be developed, but I'm not an expert on those. Okay, the next one is about where has it been used until now? And again, there's a very, very long list, going all the way from Nobel Prize winning things to I should have put smart shoes maybe instead of toothbrushes, but shoes, toothbrushes everywhere, right? So there is a long list of applications of AI already present, which I'm not going to discuss at all. Okay, And something that just came out very, very recently, maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, a month ago, something like that. The Cosmos AI scientist for autonomous discovery. Essentially, that's not what they say. That's my tagline: input data and output scientific discovery. But and of course, Google AI co-scientist has been trying to do that for some time as well. So all of these tools are extremely useful. They should continue to be developed and will be developed. But again, I don't work on these topics. I don't develop these tools. So. Something like more meta level tools, tool universe, which is a framework for sort of putting it all together, many of these tools together, and AI for Math initiative, TIFR in India is part of it, and bunch of other universities across the world, how to accelerate mathematical discoveries through AI. Yeah? Okay. So these are things that are currently going on. And given all this that's going on, do scientists become irrelevant, and we just sort of say give prompts, and then all the actual scientific work is done by these tools or not? I don't know. It's up to you to decide, right? If you're a graduate student, well, don't be worried by the bottom line there. Graduate students still have a huge value in this ecosystem. Okay. So here is at least I will talk about one sort of say successful story, largely also because that throws up the issues that I mentioned about non-Markovian models and so on. Right? And this was from the paper in 2023. It's already updated in 25, and the Weather Bench website keeps updating the weather models that are based on AI. Apart from the top two, everything else in that list is AI-based weather forecasting model from 2023, and the current list is on the web page of Weather Bench. And they already pretty much perform essentially on par with the best of the weather forecasting model based on physical equations, Navier-Stokes and so on and so forth. So here are some benchmarks that are available on the Weather Bench website, and they keep updating it, I don't know, every month or every week or something like that. And blue is good, red is bad. The darker blue, the better. And the top row is the actual physical models, and everything in pink, that is Pangu weather downward, is all AI models. And you can see that the AI models are essentially are equally blue as the top model over there. And essentially they're doing as well in most of the metrics that are actually used in practice to decide. So these are not artificially created metrics to test these models, right? And so there is work going on at IISc Pune in these directions. In particular, the place where these models fail and do not do well is tropics, Indian monsoon, other tropical regions, and so on. These models really do not do that well at all. So there's a huge chance of improvement, and a deep conceptual difficulty is why they do not work in tropics, and then the challenge of how to improve them. And that's an active area of research. Okay, so of course you have to be very cautious. A recent model basically invented towns in Montana. If we do not know the ground truth that we know all the towns in Montana, and hence we can see that, oh, model went wrong, and we just have some weather outputs from AI models where we do not have ground truth per se, and the weather model says that, oh, something like this is going to happen, and we have never seen it happen before. How do we trust it? This is one of the key problems to address when using these models in practice. Right? Okay, so broadly, I think again, with a view towards not going down the lists, I will skip this. All of you probably know all these details, differences between different types of models, and so on. So let me skip that. As I said, the main strengths of most of these models is finding structures in high-dimensional data. But where is it that they face challenges, and hence avenues for future research? Explainability clearly remains a big challenge in many different areas. There is no general framework in some sense for explainability. I didn't even put hallucinations right now. Hallucination also is a challenge, and that needs to be addressed. But going beyond explainability, understanding that may be achieved by using these AI models in science is something for which we don't have a complete good framework. So knowledge graphs is something that Professor Seth talked about in the morning. That is a framework where we can discuss about or concept graphs, knowledge graphs, and so on. Is an idea where we could incorporate some of the notions of understanding, but it's still not completely clear. For example, if you give observations about planets and comets and so on, does the concept of a conic section, ellipse, parabola, and so on, come out of the AI model without putting in anything about that geometrical structure, as opposed to other uncountable variety of geometrical structures that are not conic sections? How does that come out of AI models? And that these kind of problems are still not addressed properly. Is this simply a problem of clustering, that in the space of wherever you embed your tokens, appropriate clusters relate to appropriate concepts, and that's it? Is that the end of the story? Does not quite sound like it, because partly it does not give you necessarily the properties of the clusters as you would observe them. For example, properties of conic sections as a geometrical structure will not necessarily come out of clustering alone. And the conic section is an absolute bare minimum requirement to even think about Newton's law of gravity, which has the property that it gives these conic sections as solutions. Okay, so this is something that's a big challenge, going beyond explaining to understanding and developing concepts in science. Okay, the other place that I put here, again, reliability and robustness, was because how applied maths will play into this, which is a robust framework for uncertainty quantification in AI models, as it exists in many different engineering areas now, going from nuclear engineering all the way to bridges to everything else, right? And so that kind of UQ, how do we quantify what we don't know, or how do we quantify the uncertainty in the predictions that we make? And that also leads to assessing the risks associated with these predictions. Climate risk is one example where these kind of robust predictions are absolutely crucial, without which we simply cannot assess what's going to happen after 50 years as the climate changes. Yeah. Okay, so just to point out the differences of a natural and not engineered complex system as opposed to a engineered. Almost everything that you see in this picture is not controlled. We are changing it, as I said, we are changing it, unfortunately, but it's not controlled in the same way that you design a air conditioning system or a speaker and so on and so forth, right? Transportation is controlled by us, yes, but most other parts of this complex system are not controlled by us. Part of the complication on dealing with the earth, as opposed to say biology, which is also complex, is that of course there is just one earth, at least as of now, and we really cannot do experiments like we can do with 1 million cells or 1 million pieces of genome and so on. So drawing conclusions from a single realization of a complex system is an area where I think AI should play a huge role, but for that we need reliable representations of the complexity in this system, which are lacking currently. So, okay, so I'll skip this. Part of this was in some sense discussed about how scientific theories relate to models, and how do you incorporate observational data. So the traditional way of doing this is going from between theories and models is a nice sort of synergy between model reduction techniques, generalization to go to theories the other way around, and incorporating observational data into the models is the field of data assimilation. And there are parallels in studying other complex systems as well. I actually don't know of parallels of languages and images for data assimilation exactly in the same way that it's used in, say, weather prediction. But a word of caution in some sense in terms of using AI for understanding these complex systems which are naturally present and not controlled or engineered is how do we interact with them? How do we, so to say, develop a strategy to use the AI tools or partners, if you wish, to study these systems? And in particular, I feel that one of the things that humans have, or one of the ways that science develops, in particular by curiosity-driven scientists, is by asking the question that are purely driven by thinking about, just purely curiosity, and that's it. That's all drives a scientific question many times. And I think that agency should still definitely remain with us. And the ethical, moral counterpart to it, which is what questions not to ask. What's a question that we, even if we may have the ability to develop a tool to answer a question, we maybe shouldn't go there. I don't know if you have seen Black Mirror, the Amazon, whatever, the Netflix show or something like whatever the show it is. If we have the ability to put a chip into everybody's brains from birth to collect all the memories, do we want to develop that technology, or do we really want to keep away from that technology? That every memory of mine from birth onwards is stored in a chip, and then I don't know what to do with it, but anyway. Okay, so so I think this is something that has to be addressed. It's something that's not going to be obvious. The atom bomb is example, but anyway. So and just last bit about natural complex systems as a word of caution. The problem of Reynolds. Reynolds did his experiment in, I think, 1880s or something like that. Take a pipe, pass water through it at increasing pressure, and figure out when the nice smooth flow of water becomes turbulent. And for last 150 odd years, the problem has still essentially remained unsolved. The transition to turbulence, so this is from 2022 or 24 actually, is still something that defies a complete detailed understanding of simply transition to turbulence in a pipe flow. And this is, this paper, for example, is something that uses experiments, simulations, and very deep theoretical frameworks based on renormalization groups and so on and so forth. Even with all of these put together, no AI in this paper, because it's simply not reliable or detailed enough to give any insight into this problem at all. So there are clearly important curiosity-driven scientific problems that are far from being even conceptualized in the language of AI as of now. And this is something that we should not be neglecting at all, and or thinking of this as a challenge for how to develop AI systems to address even these kind of problems, for example. Right? And just aside the timescales, October 2022, April 2024, 3 conferences have gone and come and gone, and your AI tools have become completely obsolete before the paper got published. But anyway, so timescales are clearly very different, right? Okay, I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say. So I leave this. Wait, oh, I thought I took away the uncover. I did not. So I'll just leave the summary here, which is what I said. You can sleep after reading this. And I think there is no time for questions, but we can discuss this over tea. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll request Professor Shivgamkar to come to the stage and present Professor Amit with the memento. Round of applause. Thank you, sir. So with that, we'll take a very short break of 10 minutes. We will be back at 15:43. Yeah, so this is just a small transition break.
Have running tea.
Is there, right? There is running tea at the 9th floor. So have it and come back on time.
Yeah, so please, this is just a transition break because we will end the session before 5 itself. So please don't go away.
Welcome back everyone. Please settle down. We will now begin the second panel discussion of today's event titled Making Public AI Investments Work, Evaluation, Funding and Pathways to Impactful Translation. The panel will be moderated by Professor Ravindra Gudi from IIT Bombay. Professor Gudi is currently the Deputy Director Finance, Infrastructure and Administration at IIT Bombay. He is the AI and ML Chair Professor, a faculty at the Department of Chemical Engineering and an Associate Faculty at C-Minds IIT Bombay. I request Professor Gudi to please come on the stage and take your seat. On the panel we have Professor Ajit Kimbavi. Professor Ajit Kimbavi is a Professor Emeritus at the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune. He is one of the founders of IUCAA and was director there until August 2015. He was a distinguished professor at IIT Kanpur. I request Professor Ajit to please come on the stage and take your seat. Next on the panel we have Srimati Sunita Verma. Srimati Sunita Verma is the Group Coordinator for R&D in Electronics at the Ministry of Electronics and IT. She is heading the National Supercomputing Mission for development and deployment of 24 PF state-of-the-art supercomputing facilities in the country, development of RISC-V-based series of indigenous microprocessors, NAVIC receiver chipsets, etc. She is also handling the coordination of Center for Materials for Electronics Technology and design linked incentive schemes for enhancing manufacturing in the country. I request Srimati Sunita Verma to please come on the stage. Next I invite Professor Ramesh Jain. Professor Ramesh Jain is the Emeritus Donald Brent Professor and Founding Director of the Institute for Future Health at the University of California, Irvine, and a co-founder and board member of the Indian AI Research Organization. So please come on the stage and take your seat. Next I invite Ms. Sohini Rajola. Ms. Sohini Rajola is the Executive Director Growth at NPCI. Ms. Sohini brings in a wealth of experience and a strong passion for building impactful financial solutions. With her experience spanning payments, banking and digital, she is a keen observer of fintech developments and mentors startups. I request Ms. Sohini to please come on the stage. Thank you. May I now request Professor Gudi to take over? Sure.
Yeah, I think it's not yet good evening, but yeah, welcome back to this second panel discussion. The title is, as you see here, Making Public AI Investments Work, Evaluation of these investments, Funding and Pathways to Impactful Translations. And we have, as you would have heard, we have a very distinguished panel over here that would discuss some of these aspects, and I'm delighted to welcome them on stage. Just to provide a little bit of a context, we are talking of deep tech here, looking at chips, clouds, models, and typically, like all deep tech related projects or initiatives, the translation of this needs to consider a lot of aspects related to how do we mature technologies in this area. More importantly, there are issues associated with scale. These really need to grow in terms of the impact that they would make at scale. That is something that has to be very strongly factored in. There is also this very important aspect of security. Increasingly with living in a digitally interconnected world, with security being very, very crucial, both in terms of protecting our critical infrastructure, but in general also in terms of the way we conduct our lives, the transactions that we do. Security is indeed a very, very important aspect. And combining all of these as well as several other factors, you want to look at an innovation maturation cycle that takes initiatives such as these from concept at a TRL levels, at lower TRL levels, measuring them to higher TRL levels. Of course, to be able to support all of these translation, these deep tech initiatives starting from conceptualization right up to impact, uh, public funding or other funding in general is a very key aspect. And if you look at what's happening all across the globe as well as in India, uh, public AI investment is now increasingly becoming a primary lever by which governments shape both the capability building, the national capability building, as well as the outcomes. Particularly, India's AI mission provides a mission scale framing for building both compute capabilities. So, of course, you do need to have, from the computing perspective, a lot of strong capabilities, but also enabling adoption as we go ahead. At the governmental level, of course, we have the Anusandhan National Research Foundation as an apex body that's intended to strengthen a research culture and link academia, industry, government, in this kind of bringing them together, and it provides a complementary science system lever to achieve breakthroughs, of course, but more importantly, sustained breakthroughs. Looking at how do we translate, looking at the process of translation, looking at the pipelines and the like. But even though there are initiatives such as the India AI, there are globally initiatives in other world, in other countries as well, that have reported uneven AI adoption and also fragmented implementation. And this is something that's a cause of worry, because when public funding is involved, we do need to make sure that we create impact at scale. Now, in each of these cases, a successful adoption, successful translation and adoption typically depends on the kind of stage gates, the kind of steps that we have as the technology matures. So, in specific, maybe evaluation systems. How do we evaluate the maturation of the technology, the procurement models, the governance models, and of course, overall the translation pathways. This is something that we do need to look at in a very critical manner, and that's the subject matter of this panel discussion. It can be, of course, said that public AI investments produce significant impact when they are structured as a portfolio with explicit stage gates, transparent, visible, explicit stage gates, and measurable public artifacts. Some of them that could be proposed or suggested is discovery, which is typically what we do in the 4Ds: discover, develop, demonstrate, and deploy. Discovery, of course, is the first step in frontier and applied science. Validation across benchmarks, reproducibility, safety, cost, and performance. Translations, looking at pilots, deployments, regulatory and procurement readiness, as well as scaling, which is really the platforms, the DPI integration, the workforce development, competency development amongst the workforce, and then the industry uptake. So India's rightful share of global breakthroughs, proportional to its share of humanity, because we're looking at talent pool that is very, very capable of going through all of these maturation steps. This would really become operational if we can possibly define the evaluation metrics that India should publish annually. For example, would it be breakthroughs, patents, open benchmarks, adoption curves, cost efficiencies, and also look at B, how funding instruments align to these stage gates, because they need to be conditional on maturation. You want to do this at scale, but you want to be able to invest and detect early, for instance, what technologies get matured, which are falling through the valleys of death and the like. So how funding instruments align to these stage gates in terms of grants, in terms of challenge programs, mission procurements, and public-private partnerships. So some of these issues I wanted to bring up as a preamble, but I would probably look at getting more deep thoughts from our eminent panelists. And so we'll begin this panel discussion through bringing up some of these issues. I would like to begin with Professor Ramesh Jain. Thank you for being on our panel, and of course, we look forward to your thoughts. My first question to you, Professor Jain, would be what kind of public AI infrastructure will impact healthcare in India? You can have your thoughts on that, yes, please. You can be seated, please. Yeah. For me, it's a little easier to see each of the panelists.
Hello? Yeah. Healthcare is very, very interesting area. On one side, all of us care a lot for health. On the other hand, most of the time, we don't even think about health. Just think about a very, very simple thing. On average, each person, I'm talking about averages, on average, each person does not spend more than 1 hour in an office of a doctor in each year. Each year has 8,760 hours. That means we spend 1 hour there and 8,759 hours outside. We give all the importance when we talk about healthcare to that 1 hour. We completely ignore 8,759 hours during which we are doing everything else. Our health is being built, our health is being deteriorated, everything is happening to our health during those hours. Until recently, it was very difficult to pay much more attention to those hours. But now, with all the sensors, with all AI technology and all these things, it is very easy and possible to start looking at those things. But how do we look at those things? One of the most important thing is, all of you know about what an ICU is, isn't it? Intensive care unit. We all know that whenever you are really, really, really sick, you go there. And it takes care of everything. Why? Because they are measuring each and everything at that time. Doctors and nurses are available to attend to you. Can we do that to every human being as soon as the person is born till they die? Keep them in ICU. Yeah? They will live all their life in ICU. Now you will think that I am just joking and I am being funny, but that's a fact. Now we have all the tools and technology that every moment of your life you can be monitored better than you are monitored in ICU. Using all the sensors, using all the AI technology, all the cloud computing, mobile computing, and everything taken together, we can do that. Why not we do that? And this is one area where India can be a leader compared to any Western country. And the reason is, in Western country, legacy is very strong. I sometimes say, because I know two countries very well, India and US. In US, healthcare is neither health nor care. It's pure business, pure business. In India, it is take those two aspects, it's neither health nor care, and add to that Bhagwan Bharose also. Yeah. Yeah. Now, the thing that is most important to us, how can we take care of this? So answer to your question is, can we build infrastructure where we are monitoring people, measuring all the sensor things? We have built already one of the best India stack infrastructure, which involves your Aadhaar card, which involves UPI, which also involves some of the other document systems and things like that. Can we remove some of the limitations of those and put on top of that this health stack, where everybody's information is coming there, is being measured and monitored? Just think about this, what it can do to all the chronic diseases. Yeah. And that's where I think we got to go.
Yeah, I think there is, of course, a demonstrated example of how India has played a key role in Aadhaar for identity and the UPI for payments, online payments and the like. There is a lot of initiatives in digital health that are beginning to emerge now, and the platform that you suggest perhaps can, of course, build on our experiences with some of these successes and then be able to scale them for digital.
That's right. All the innovations take place when there is a serious need, which we have. And there is infrastructure available. One thing that I forgot to mention is India has not only this digital infrastructure, but India is very unique in creating something like ASA workers. Those things are extremely useful. And just think about this, if we put this infrastructure and use ASA workers to attend not only to 10 families, but 50 families very effectively, what it will do to the
healthcare delivery, cost as well as impact, yes, indeed, yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Jain. I will switch over to Mrs. Sohini Rajola. From your perspective in the growth and partnership wing, how critical is it for India to develop its own sovereign AI stack, including chips, clouds and models, to ensure that our national payment systems aren't vulnerable to external supply chain shocks or from algorithmic bias that typically result from when you bring in models developed elsewhere, foreign models. So if you can just share your thoughts, especially on the security and vulnerability aspects of our payment systems.
No, thank you, Professor. I think there is absolutely no doubt that India has to start building foundational models that work in the Indian context. And I think it's important for us to also enumerate some of the steps that have already been taken. Of course, there's a long way for us to go, but we have METI here, and I think everyone's aware some of the steps that have been taken by METI as part of the India AI mission and the India Semiconductor mission, which are foundational, right? Like those are things which are going to help us create the capability, providing affordable compute to a couple of companies so that they can come up with a build an India specific model or the capability to have domestic chip production. But those are things which will happen over a period of time. I'll take this opportunity to talk about some of the things that a company like NPCI, I know some people met me here and they were struggling with, okay, is it NPCI, is it NCPA? It is the National Payments Corporation of India, and by the way, that's the company that brings you your UPI, amongst other payment products like FASTag or your National Common Mobility Card, IMPS, etc. Bunch of products, but UPI is the product of NPCI. And therefore, our payment systems, which is a national critical infrastructure, how do we ensure that that remains secure, that remains sovereign? There's a lot of steps that NPCI started taking. And in fact, at NPCI, our AI journey, there are 3 components to that. We are doing stuff around the enterprise, the ecosystem, and around the customers. So the foundational is at the enterprise level, right? So it is, we've actually built our own in-house orchestration layer and we've got some on-prem models, which are currently, these are models which are the global models. It's not like an Indian foundational model, but we've built orchestration layers on top of that. And we are ensuring deep capability within the entire NPCI organization to be able to get everything from doing code reviews to, data generation for reports, to be able to do standard operating procedures, etc. All of that is being done through this Neuron. It's called Neuron, our internal AI platform. For the ecosystem, we actually, under the guidance of the Reserve Bank of India, in October earlier, last year, October 25, actually released something called UPI Help. And that is under pilot with 13 banks. This is again a small language model, and it's really important, when people get very carried away in AI, everybody gets carried away with large language models. But domain-specific small language models is something which is, again, when we think about Indian context, when we think about how we can really build something which is maybe plugging into the global models, but adding the Indian context, creating things which can take away that bias and training on Indian data. So we've built a small language model, which is for ensuring that customers can go and revoke their mandates, they can do any help of UPI grievances, and that's right now running in pilot around 13 banks, and we are seeing massive uptake just in the last 3 months. For the customer, and that becomes the fancy part, which gets a lot of attention. You see, it gets the media bites, and people generally, that's the more consumer-facing part. We had launched again a pilot with the permission of the Reserve Bank of India around agentic payments. So today, when you want to do a UPI transaction, you actually open your app and you do your transaction. You could at some point, and actually you can do that right now also. It's running in pilot, so we'll keep scaling it. You can give the permission to an agent. Today, these agents are still the foreign agents, so it's not Indian agents, but you could tell your Gemini that, please buy me the ingredients for gajar ka halwa. And that agent can go find your favorite, e-com store, give the ingredients, come back to you for confirmation, and go pay with your preferred UPI payment. So those are the 3 layers on which NPCI has already started doing a lot of work. I'll just summarize on the enterprise ecosystem as well as the customers. But I think the most important thing for us will be going back to your original question about we have to build for India. And not just for India, we have to, just like we've done on the digital DPIs and the digital infrastructure and the digital public goods, I think it is time for India to start thinking about how do you build for the global south. Because in the AI race, the inequality is growing even faster than what has happened in the physical infrastructure space, right? It is highly concentrated, and that gap is just going to keep widening across, not just and that will threaten, or that creates risks of sovereignty across the globe to many, many countries. So I guess it's important for India to think slightly more as a mature leader of a large number of other global south countries.
How vulnerable are we when we look at, the 2 kinds of vulnerability that we can talk about? One is the one that crop up from foreign AI models.
Yeah.
The other is, of course, from biases and related things. You said that you had foreign agentic
agents, payments.
It's a payment platform, right?
Yes.
Foreign agentic payment platforms. Yeah. So how vulnerable are we, or are we reasonably safe on those fronts? Yeah.
So I think we have to be pragmatic about whether it's chips, whether it is the models. We have to be pragmatic about the fact that there is a level of vulnerability that exists today. Now, are there ways to mitigate that vulnerability? Of course, that is there. But today there are, and I would also point to 2 other developments. It's not just about the fact that there is these algos and models are all built overseas and trained on data overseas. There is another very interesting thing that is happening overseas, which is around the vertical integration across the AI stack. The kind of, if somebody goes and looks at what are the kind of acquisitions that large AI companies have done, it's not just about building a model, it's also about the surrounding infra, the implementation, everything. And also on open source systems, which many of the companies use, right? So there is a level of vulnerability, whether it is on the supply chain side or on the algo bias side. There are ways and means for us to be, while we build our own capability, to be able to mitigate those shocks. But that exists today, and I think it's
Can we
important.
detect Trojans? I mean, payments are important to all of us.
Yeah.
Can we detect Trojans in them and be able to guard against
this is not about the Trojans part. I think that is getting too specific. I don't think there is anybody injecting a Trojan into a payment that is happening domestically. I would look at it more from the sense of when you're trying to build the next set of at a global level. If there is there was this Broadcom acquired VMware, right? Now, as Indian companies are trying to build and on top of VMware, what do they need to do now? So I would say we have to look at from that perspective, not from the specific perspective of can somebody inject a Trojan, because that, I would say, our domestic payment systems are very, very, very secure. So not from that perspective, but I think more from an infrastructure capability development, the next gen of models that we will build, that is where we have to think about vulnerability.
Thanks for that assurance, for sure. Very, very good to know. I will move over to Professor Kimbhavi. Of course, there's so much of work that you have done in matured models for shared infrastructure, data releases, and so on, from the astronomical point of view. And we would like to come down to terra firma and ask you which of these design principles transfer to AI for science or AI for manufacturing investments and the like. If you could share your thoughts on that.
Like you said, we work, astronomers work on objects which are very far away, does it seem to be completely irrelevant for what happens on the Earth, except of course for astrology. So now the point is that we do work on objects which are very far away, but the data is here on the Earth with us. And astronomers have always been working with big data. It's a question of how big is the big data. So in Aryabhata's time, or in Kepler's time, the data was just a few kilobytes, and they just scribbles in a notebook. But they discovered fundamental laws of nature by analyzing that data. They had to invent all the methods for analysis. So in the 1980s, when I was at JIFR, I bought a disk which was 26 megabytes. And my colleagues all down the corridor used to come to see the big disk. And so now we work with petabytes of data and even hexabytes of data. And so the point is that we know how to deal with the data, and we know how to curate the data. And we have always been doing data analysis. And right now we are using AI for the data. So now my colleagues at IUCA and I, we collaborate very closely with the industry. And lately we have started a project where we take a postdoc who works half the time in IUCA and half the time with the industry. And so why is the industry interested in us? And what do they want from us? So I convinced them that, you see, because of all the hype, all the clients want to use the most advanced AI methods. And then these AI methods unravel at astonishing rate. And then people talk about agents, they talk about explainability. So I tell them that explaining things is our job, and that is how we make a living. Right, and therefore there can be a very close collaboration between people who work in the industry. The different kinds of models which have been discussed here, and completely mundane applications which are very, very important, but they can work with us, which we work on very esoteric types of applications. For example, data curation. So we spend all our time curating data. So then data management. So I used to have a big SKN project long ago, just purely for the data management. There is something called the virtual observatory. And India, through our project, made very important contributions to it. And what happens there is that somebody is sitting in Guwahati, let us say, or even in Itanagar. And now I'm talking of about 20 years ago when the internet was just coming on, say 15 years ago. They could download the most up-to-date data because the data is easily traceable. So if I put in the name of 100 objects, it can tell me where the data is. And so the concept of metadata was developed very thoroughly at the time. And then the data is completely open. So anybody can get it cost-free. And then quite often you can run the programs on the distant computers. Right? So in that way, we have developed the expertise which is needed to work with very large amounts of data. We are very open with it, and we are able to successfully collaborate. And that is where I believe that we bring in value. And in fact, and that is why whenever I keep meeting senior officials from the government, I keep telling them that they need to have a very strong patch between pure science and the industry.
If I take an analogy of space and a reflection of that on Earth and go subsurface, we have problems associated with oil recovery, especially enhanced oil recovery, tight oil reserves, So do you think that these models that you have adopted for astronomical, or rather for astronomy domain, how easy or, because you are really talking of making decisions on large subterranean surfaces, let's say carbon dioxide sequestration, oil extraction, all of these are typically problems of a similar scale. So do you think that we have a mature technology to be able to address these at scale? And
very certainly, in two different ways. Because, for example, the motion of the flow of fluids is very important for us. And the fluids that we deal with are gases mainly. But you've got the hydrodynamic, fluid dynamics is the same.
Right.
And therefore the methods developed there can be developed here. There's also another thing, which is a little bit, it's an extreme case actually. So there is something called general relativistic magnetohydrodynamics. So hydrodynamics, in the presence of a magnetic field, where you did Einstein's theory. So you would imagine that this has nothing whatsoever to do with our affairs here. And if you do a PhD in that, that will be the end of the road for you. Okay, but what happens is that those people are approached by investment banks and finance companies. So that is because they need people who have extreme knowledge about partial differential equations. And somebody who does GR-MHD has exactly that knowledge. So there are amazing applications of our once useless science.
Analogically to apply to.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much for those insights. We move over to the governmental view of things. I asked Dr. Sunita Verma, from MIT's perspective, could you share your thoughts on what evaluation to procurement pathway is most realistic for public sector AI adoption? Because most governments report that the adoption has not been as what they would have liked. It's been pretty uneven in that sense. So if you could share your thoughts on that.
So when we look at the government investment, we look at it from the holistic point of view that the investment would go into build a complete ecosystem in all the aspects, and where to focus on, what to prioritize, so that the ecosystem development goes exponentially but in a very synchronized way, is something which has to be very well planned, and it is not that the investment is made and then the thought goes into it that how you have to do it. There is an intensive amount of thought, the discussion with the stakeholders, with the global scenario, to see that whatever investment goes, that is cost effective. There are 7 pillars in the AI mission, which have been carved out in such a way that we have this holistic development, right from the compute resources to be given, the applications to be developed, the data set AI coach which is to be developed, so that in the domain, each of the domains, that we have the data sets which can be used by researchers for developing of applications, for developing models, as well as the foundation models, the skilling, capacity building, startup ecosystem development. So all these pillars are moving for the holistic development, and all of the ultimate goal is to develop the economy, build the capabilities of the country, national capabilities, so that we come out with the products which are of commercially deployable. And whenever under the AI mission, there are different initiatives which are there from the scaling point of view at all levels, because we understand that the type of requirement of engineers, especially from the software point of view and from engineering aspect, even from the different engineering perspective that we see, basically maybe for manufacturing or healthcare or agriculture, the whole perspective is changing with the AI being brought in. So the skill set requirement is very different, and the models that are to be developed, the foundation models to be developed, we require huge capacity resources as well as expertise. So government is working towards that, so that the solutions so developed are leading to products. There is enough sandboxing mechanism there, so that the validation takes place, biased development of algorithms, and also the security aspect and the safety aspect is the most important, which needs to be kept in mind. So with all these aspects in mind, I think government is pushing all the 7 pillars equally at the evaluation and the effective development of this.
Yes, Thanks very much. I would like to use this platform to also acknowledge the support from MIT for our Bharat Gen initiative, the multi-language one. Thank you very much for that. I'll just pause to take maybe one or two questions before I quickly go to round two. Are there any questions on at the end of round one? Yes. Yeah. If you can just mention your name and a short, quick question, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My question is to Dr. Sunita Verma. How MITI is making sure that there won't be any biasness within the development that we are doing?
There's no
Biasness in the systems that we are developing right now.
So, biasness in systems is not something, it depends totally on the developer, how it is to be developed. The maximum number of data sets which can be provided to the researchers, so that it will depend a lot on the data sets also when which are used for developing the algorithms, so that the biasness can be reduced. Second is that the data sets which will be used have to be from authentic sources. It should not be picked up just from anywhere without identifying the sources. So these two aspects I think will be very important when we are looking at the fairness of any algorithms which are developed.
Yes, one more please.
So that is why we have the Bharat Gen and also other initiatives where we are making sure that the AI Kosh. So the AI Kosh also will be one of the very important I think pillars which will be actually the contribution will be from different ministries, from different researchers, and the data which comes into this AI Kosh can be used by the researchers for their different developments.
Yeah, if you can quickly.
Yeah, thank you. I am Somdeep Kundu. I am from Sitara IIT Bombay. So my question is to Sohini ma'am. Like lot of fraud is happening nowadays with UPI. So is NPCI is thinking about that? How can we protect that?
I'll just start with saying that as a percentage of the overall transactions, our fraud is absolutely minuscule and extremely well contained. Having said that, even one case of fraud is one too many. So NPCI is actually doing a bunch of initiatives, and one of the things that we have developed, again, it's a federated AI model. It goes back, and it's a great question because it goes back to what needs to be built for the Indian context, right? So NPCI and lots of all the banks and the various financial institutions obviously have their own risk models and monitoring models. But at NPCI, we've got, on top of that, two steps that we take. One is obviously building our own models, which we develop and deploy and give to the financial ecosystem absolutely free of cost, including the federated AI risk model, which basically takes all the bird's eye view of what is happening across the entire financial ecosystem. And it is federated in the sense that this is where the data ownership comes into play. So we actually give the information back to the banks. They run the models based on their own demographic data, and that actual data never flows back to NPCI. We only get the information about the kind of responses they've taken, and we keep bettering that data and making that model better to, again, for the financial ecosystem to use. Currently, about 3-4 banks have started using it. A bunch of other banks are now in the process of using that federated AI risk model, apart from all of the other mule and AI risk models that we share with the banks. And I think the second, which has got, I know we're talking about AI, but the most important thing is it is AI for humanity, right, for Indians. And that's where at NPCI we spend a lot of time, effort, and money on ensuring public awareness. Because finally, whatever we develop has to be for the benefit of the citizens. So again, in the fraud scenario, we keep looking at the new MOs or the modus operandis of fraud, like digital arrest became one of the modus operandi. And we've spent a lot of time doing our campaigns, whether they are on ground. In fact, even at the Kumbh, we had done like kind of nataks, nukkad nataks when Kumbh happened about, I think around a year and a half back, to our TV media campaigns, to what we do with the banks and all of the new users. So those are the two steps I would say NPCI takes.
Thank you. I think we'll just quickly go to round 2 and follow up on that question. I did hear from Ms. Rajula that it's going to be a reality that AI can make payments on your behalf, on behalf of a user. The question that naturally follows up is what public AI investment can ensure that when AI makes a payment on a user's behalf, the security and liability frameworks remain as robust as they are for a manual UPI transaction, because that's really the proof of the pudding, if you will. Yeah.
No, and that is extremely critical. And I think, again, we have to be cognizant of the steps that are already taken. I think, again, METI has unveiled the AI governance framework, and the Reserve Bank of India actually came up with the 7 sutras, which are, and I'm going to read these out here, which will be what will be followed by all financial institutions in all of the AI solutions that we come up with for our consumers. So those 7 sutras around safety, transparency, accountability, fairness, inclusivity, sustainability, and explainability. And now, we don't have the time to go through each one of them, but I think what is going to be required going forward. So the good part is that our institutions and organizations which are responsible for the welfare, whether it's at the government or the regulator level, have already started defining the frameworks of how we should, as AI develops, how that should be governed. I think the real journey is going to be these frameworks then become enforceable regulations. So this is good for us to keep in mind, as whether it is payment system operators or it is the financial institutions that come up with new products. And as we see more and more consumer adoption, there is going to be this element of how do you ensure that an agent, let's take that same example that we were talking about, an agent you can have trusted, verifiable inputs on whether or not a particular instruction was given, and the ability to authenticate if that was not the case, then who bears the liability and what are the liability shifts that happen. So I think that's the journey we are going to be on, but the frameworks are in place.
Thanks so much for that reassurance again. I'll move over to Professor Kimbhavi. A lot of this is dependent on data. And what does, in quotes, instrumentation look from an AI perspective, especially if you're looking at shared data sets, evaluation suites, model cards, compute governance, and the like? What does an instrumentation for AI look like, in your opinion?
By instrumentation, do you mean physical engineering?
Because that is the source of your data. So typically sensing and instrument.
Yes. So in astronomy, we are very heavily dependent on very major instruments like telescopes, which are getting bigger and bigger. So Galileo started with a 1-inch telescope, and he made very major discoveries, which completely changed our picture of the world. Now the equivalent mirror now would be of the size of this hall. And so, so we do collect a lot of data. The sensors also are extremely intelligent and good. For example, all of you will be taking pictures with your cameras and those CCD detectors for astronomy. The sensors also get a great deal of data here. But what has not happened is that there has not been an integration of AI with all these instruments. Okay, in the sense that these instruments are now very dynamic, because if you've got a mirror, then the secondary mirrors are flexible and they keep changing once every second to allow for changes in the atmosphere. And then getting all the telescope to be going is a very major task. And only recently I've heard discussion about people wanting to use AI for controlling those instruments. But once we get on with it, we'll be very fast. And so both in the detection of the objects, collection of the data, and then the pipelining of the data. We have great experience with data pipeline. So for example, like he said, supposing you start monitoring every person, okay, when the data comes out from the sensors, which maybe will be carried by the person, and then they have to be transferred to a central database, and that requires a great deal of data pipeline. And the data will be collected in one form, but it has to be stored in another form. And we have got great expertise in that pipeline. Okay, so it is, in some sense, it is possible if you study an astronomical experience to get an end-to-end solution of more or less any application that you are looking at.
And AI can actually help in a lot of those aspects of
Yes.
removal of
So there are-
biases and
So there are in every aspect of the data collection. I mean, it is intuitively very easy because you get the data, then you process it, move forward. But it's very complex business. And there, when you use AI, everything is going to be simplified. But that does not mean that it has already happened. Because one of my jobs is to convince my people that when there is any major scientific project, what you need to do is to carry out an AI audit. Okay, so every aspect of the project has to be audited. And all the people who are working on it have to be audited. And then you say that what difference would AI make to this process? Okay, so they are still beginning days, but hopefully we'll accelerate more.
thank you, Professor Kimbavi. That's very interesting perspective. I would just request Dr. Verma to kindly share her thoughts on which parts of the national AI efforts need strong evaluation norms, because MIT does a lot of support, but of course evaluation is also just as important. Suggested are data sets, applications, safety testing, AI skills, but which of these do you think are most important from evaluation?
I think all of them are very important. But yes, the safety part and the scalability, like whatever we are doing, it should not just remain at the pilot level. The scalability of that, the reproducibility part is something that we need to look at whenever we are developing any algorithms, any data sets are given, and even for the foundation models of our applications. So, having said that, again, I think it is important that when we look at the data sets, we look at that and especially when we are looking at the AI core, the work, and also for other private data set repositories that will be developed, the versions or there should be mechanism for that there are some legacy data which is taken, and then when the new data comes in, maybe with a change in logo or some other changes, not only by virtue of numbering, that we know that okay, this is the new data set that is available, so that when the developers know, they know which version they had used and which one is now available. So those type of mechanisms or the SOPs need to be there in place and followed. Even for safety and testing also, the robustness of the testing is very important, although everybody knows that it has all the applications have to be tested for safety, but what is the SOP? What are the complete procedure which needs to be taken up, how detailed it has to be. So though that is very important to be taken care of. Then also there is always a drift in predictability, and also with the change scenarios, the testing and the requirements also change. So those also need to be kept in mind when we are looking at them. Skilling, especially, I'll say in the government aspect, to the government agencies is very important. I feel because at the decision level, making level, they should know the importance of what procurements are to be made. Especially somebody talked about biased algorithms, so the biased applications. So that should not come into the government or any other large deployments that we are looking at. So that is something which has to be taken in a very responsible way.
Yeah, let's hope that we can all step into an airplane flown by AI. I'd like to ask Professor Jain to share his thoughts. I think you have worked quite extensively on personalized and context-aware systems. Could you comment on how public infrastructure can be made to serve diverse communities rather than a one-size-fits-all?
AI became extremely popular in the last few years. And one of the common things that we all hear is that AI is different technology than anything else that we have seen in humanity so far. But when we start talking about the issues, we keep on talking about the similar kind of things, because most of the time the AI technology that has been developed for reasonably homogeneous group of people. You mentioned the diversity and the diverse aspect. India has one of the most diversity in every dimension that you may want to consider, every dimension of this thing. Will the current AI, which is purely based on the language-based models, going to serve us? The answer is obviously no. Everybody who studies AI and based on all the keynote talk that you heard this morning, you saw that the future is taking away from this language models to others. Now, you can talk in terms of the technology, what it is going to be, or you can talk in terms of the needs of people. What people need is that the technology should be their partner. They should be very much personalized, very, very strongly personalized. Second thing, they should be able to communicate with the technology. Now, think about Indian diversity. So many languages, so many education levels, and all these things. Why did WhatsApp university became dominant university in India? Only one reason. You can look only at the icons, or you can communicate through audio, video, and all this kind of things. If we keep on thinking only in terms of the traditional language models and traditional technology, we are not going to be able to leapfrog China and US. If we want to build on our diversity, let's start thinking about multimodal, personalized, contextual AI, where everything is in the context. I work in health area. Each of us is a unique body. My body is very different from my mother's body or my father's body or my kids' bodies and these things. What affects me is very different. If we want to use ChatGPT's models, they are very general models. How are you going to get the personalized information there? That is where, in my opinion, India can take a big lead and we can make a big impact on society.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Jain. I think I just got a card saying that the time is up. Can we look for just one question, maybe, from the audience? Anyone from the audience? One question? Yeah.
So I see a lot of skill-based development going on in India, and I'm sure we'll have all the personnel needed for our IT industry, for them to do some AI and all that. What was wonderful is that, for on this panel, largely I heard more nuance and specific perspective on the kind of AI that you would need, because you involve finance applications, health applications, where privacy, many other things, and other things are very important. In the morning, as you know, I talked about the 14 elements or 15 elements very specifically, and how the kind of models that we develop actually support them. But at a larger level, the work in this is very limited. See, in your example, ma'am, you talked about use of the agentic system and models developed in the West. I think that in the longer case, it's not going to work out. Many reasons I can go through, and we don't have time. It will be good for us to coordinate whatever few places there is that capacity to develop such models, and to conclusively implement those kind of solutions. And in a way, IRO is really a step in that direction. But I think since good use cases will be distributed in the examples that both of you have given, I think that connecting that with the organizations like IRO, fully 100% dedicated to AI, and with the ability to develop models, would be, I think, welcome and valuable, so that the combination of users and the core, hardcore technical developers and innovators are brought together. So that was more of a comment rather than a question at this point. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I think we do need to wind up. Please join me in thanking the panelists, Professor Ajit Kembhavi, Dr. Sunita Verma, Professor Ramesh Jain, Ms. Sohini Rajula. Thank you very much for your incisive and deep comments on various aspects, healthcare, the government perspective, the view from astronomy, as well as the assurance from the National Payment Gateway about all our transactions being very secure. Thank you very much for your time, and I think we do need to wind up. I have a very pleasant responsibility of giving a small memento to each of the panelists. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Garima. Oh,
okay. So this brings us to the final session of our event today. First up, I would like to invite Shri Vikas Rastogi to give his closing remarks.
I think I should just express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers, the METI, IIT Bombay, all the partners who have taken efforts over last 3 months to bring this conclave into a reality. I think it's a very well curated conference. The sessions that have come up have gone through a very intense exercise of discussion. I know that because I was part of the group that was discussing various details, and METI has been instrumental in defining the scope, expected outcomes, and how the session should progress. So all thanks to METI. Mr. Safirullah is here. Let's give him a big hand. The idea for these conferences, these conclaves across the country, is basically to generate an interest in the upcoming AI Impact Summit on 19th and 20th February in Delhi. And that summit is of 2 days, but I think it's really important that all the relevant stakeholders, the academic institutions, research institutions, industry, thought leaders, they start building up a kind of discussion and generate curiosity for the upcoming summit. As all of you are aware, it's a global conference being attended by, I think, more than 100 countries across the globe, and India has the honor of organizing it. It is something like G20, which we had, all of you are aware that when we had G20, we had similar kind of thematic discussions across the country to create a kind of buzz, to create interest, and also to bring together various partners on the same platform. So that going forward, as a country, we are able to claim our rightful place in this important area of AI. Worldwide, I think there are many countries that are looking with lot of hope and optimism towards what India is doing. And I'm not talking about Western European countries and US. There are a lot of countries who have similar complexities, similar kind of systems which are diverse, various languages, and they want to understand how AI would be able to make any meaningful difference in various sectors, which India has been doing and attempting in many areas. And to that, which we call basically Global South, I think to them we owe a duty, we have a responsibility to highlight, showcase, and also present what are the possibilities that AI brings. How do we prepare for bringing the transition? How do we ensure that each and every strata of society feels empowered, is benefited by what solutions AI bring? And also at the same time, it creates a kind of ecosystem which generates lot of innovation, which also creates lot of jobs, especially relevant for India, and also provides leadership in many areas. I think this is this is one sector where we don't have that kind of disadvantage which we have in many other sectors. Could be manufacturing, high precision manufacturing. We probably are we don't have that kind of advantage, but AI is something which we have high quality research institutions, academic institutions, youth, innovative startups are there, and with the kind of support that METI has provided, a lot of state governments have also taken up initiative. I think it's we are in a very vibrant and encouraging environment to innovate, to try and to perfect AI based ecosystem. And to that extent, I think today's sessions that we had right from the inaugural address to the last one, lot of important facets have been discussed. This one is for science. There are many other sectors which have been discussed, which are being held in Lucknow, Hyderabad and other places. And I think at the end of it, METI will do a lot of churning and present that as a kind of future roadmap in the coming Impact Summit. So my congratulations again to the organizers, to the participants. I am sure all of us are going back with something new, something to ponder over, and some new path to tread upon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Ms. Kavita Bhatia, Chief Operating Officer, India AI Mission, for her remarks.
Good evening, all. And in fact, so many audience for the last session shows that the session and the conclave has been very well appreciated. So, as we conclude today's conclave on AI for science, which is an important step in the lead up to the India AI Impact Summit, which is scheduled in February 2026, particularly in shaping a strong and credible agenda for AI for science.
I would like to begin thanking the Maharashtra State Government, Shri Rajesh Agarwal, Chief Secretary of the Government of Maharashtra, Professor Karandikar, Secretary DST and Chair of the Science Working Group, for concluding the conclave in a very timely and a nicely manner. As we conclude, I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation to IIT Bombay for hosting this engagement and for excellent management for the program. In fact, IIT Bombay's leadership in research and innovation continues to contribute significantly to India's scientific and technological progress, and we are grateful for their partnership and the support they have given us for this working group. Also, I would like to thank all the speakers, researchers, students, participants for their for the valuable contribution. The quality of discussion today reflects both the growing maturity of India's AI ecosystem as well as the strong interest for applying AI to advance the scientific research and national priorities. AI is increasingly becoming an enabling capability across all domains, including science. In this context, the science has a potential to accelerate discovery, improve research productivity, and strengthen translation of research into application with a measurable public value. In this context, the AI for Science Working Group assumes a particularly significance. The working group provides a structured platform to identify shared priorities, build partnership, and develop actionable recommendations that can strengthen India's research ecosystem and support mission-oriented outcomes. Today's conclave has become an important step in informing this work and consolidating inputs from leading researchers and institutions. Today's conclave is an important lead up to the India's Impact Summit 2026. The summit will provide an opportunity to present progress, strengthen partnership, and advance collective actions on key themes, including AI for science. We hope to carry forward the momentum created here with concrete initiatives, collaborations, and outcomes. Thank you once again to all of you for participating in a healthy discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So finally, I will request Professor Raghavan B. Sunosh for his concluding remarks.
Perhaps my role is the most simple and straightforward. That is to thank all those who were involved in making this a successful event. Professor Manibhushan has been tirelessly working for several weeks along with volunteers, institute administration. We received a lot of support from director, deputy directors, and various ministries in this country. In particular, we wish to thank DST, MIT, Government of Maharashtra for their unconditional support to make this event a successful gathering of experts in various dimensions of AI. We listened wonderful talks during the day, and students have put in a lot of effort in bringing up their work in the form of posters. Still, we have a couple of hours to look through those posters. You would see the diversity of AI activities happening in IIT Bombay. So I came with a lookup table. Usually I don't do that so that I don't miss anyone from the list. We also wish to thank CDAC for their active involvement, participation, and guiding us through some of the processes. We also wish to thank all the speakers and panelists who helped us make this event a successful one. And we also wish to thank the event management team who had organized a lot of pre-event and during the event activities, both inside and outside the auditorium. We want to thank all the student volunteers who have really spent a lot of time. And I think people like Garima and others have become experienced in handling such big events. Thanks to all of them. And finally, I wish to thank our own institute for providing us all the infrastructure and helping us in making this event a grand success. And let me thank
all who have attended this meeting, students, people from industry, people from various walks of life who have taken the pain to come here and participate in this great deliberation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you to all the speakers. I request Professor Sunoj to please present the memento to Ms. Kavita Bhatia. Ms. Kavita, please, if you can come forward. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
No worry. So that brings us to the end of the event. We invite all participants to join us for high tea along with poster showcase on the 10th floor. Thank you for your active participation. Thank you.